Okay. Do we need to let them access that?
That's what I told him to go tell them.
Okay. It's almost 2.
Yeah.
60 seconds.
Oh,
So you need the mic first.
I got.
Oh, okay.
Tell them to call him back.
Hey,
Unless that's God.
That was
She really has. We just need to know when we're started. We're live. Okay, wow, okay. Thanks for the heads up. No, I'm just kidding. Well, Fredrick, thank you for joining me. Appreciate it. So, good afternoon, Waterfront Nation. My name is Clay Romano. I get the privilege and honor of serving as the president and CEO of the Waterfront Rescue Mission here in Pensacola, as well as in Mobile, Alabama. And we are here to kick off our 24-hour event called Conversations on a Bench. And this is a very important event. October 10th is National Homeless Day, and so that's why we have scheduled it for today and going into tomorrow. I'd like to start by saying that in no way am I trying to pretend that I'm a homeless individual. I have access to a lot of things that homeless individuals do not. Living homeless is tough, and some people don't have the same access that others do. And so we're just trying to shine a light on the conversation of homelessness and addiction recovery, while also shining a light on the efforts of the Waterfront Rescue Team, the entire team. Some are with us today. You'll hear from some of them throughout the next 24 hours. And so we want to just get started with a word of prayer. And so I've asked Fredrick. Fredrick, why don't you introduce yourself to the group?
Amen. My name is Fredrick Henderson. I'm the director of Waterfront Rescue Mission Pensacola. And I'm glad to be here with Clay, and thank you that you're doing this to bring recognition to the homeless.
Amen. Would you open us up in prayer, please?
Yeah. Let us pray. God, we come before you on this amazing day with this amazing opportunity to seek, to save, and to serve those who are lost. Lord, we thank you for this day, for this is the day that you have made, and we have chosen to rejoice and be glad in it. But Lord, we come to lift up our president and CEO, Clay Romano. Lord, thank you for allowing him the opportunity to reach so many in this community, other communities, and around the nation. Lord, I don't know whose idea was it to do this, but this is a wonderful opportunity. So God, I pray for Clay's strength today. Lord, I pray that you would give him wisdom and discernment, but Lord, that you would give him supernatural ability during this event. Lord, we know that it is unnatural for the body to be up 24 hours. Thank you for his sacrifice to bring glory to your name, his sacrifice to bring glory to all rescue missions around the nation. And Lord, I just pray that something will be said, something will be done, that someone will ask what must they do to be saved and come into the knowledge of Jesus Christ. Someone will walk up the walkway, and if they don't have a friend, that they will find one here. So Lord, I pray that this event would be so full and so full of your spirit. Lord, I pray that it be entertaining to Clay all throughout tonight, that he won't even recognize the time, that he would just continue to flow through this event. So Lord, we give this to you. We give this event to you. This is not about us. This is not about the Waterfront Rescue Mission. Lord, this is about you. We want to shine light on you today. So I pray that as he goes through this event, that you would get all the glory, you would get all the praise. And Lord, we just want to thank you in advance for what you're about to do. Lord, we're asking that you would wrap your loving arms around our president and CEO, Clay Romano, that you would give him that supernatural strength that he needs to do it. And Lord, I just pray that at the end of this event, we would be able to say, as a team, as a Waterfront Rescue Mission team, as a nation of rescue missions around the world, what a mighty God we serve. So Lord, we thank you today. It is in your son Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. That was awesome, Fredrick. Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing this.
Of course.
We appreciate it.
Of course. It's the least I can do,
Amen.
quite frankly. You know, you can stay for just a second.
Okay.
And so one of the first things we need to share is just a little bit about our history here.
Okay.
A lot of people don't realize that the Waterfront Rescue Mission actually began operations in 1949. We just celebrated our 76th year back in August, and so we are working on our 77th year helping the Gulf Coast here in Pensacola, and as well as over in Mobile, helping the homeless and the addicted, people with food insecurities, people that don't have a friend that need a helping hand. For 77 years, going on 70 years, that's a long time. Not too many organizations can boast such a long and productive life. And so we're very honored to be here. I think all of our team is in one way or another called to be here.
Yes.
This is a very tough industry to work in, but the rewards are so much greater.
Amen.
They're so much greater. And
Absolutely.
if we can be just a small part of God's kingdom work, Dave Udit says it all the time. He says, I get to wake up every day and participate in God's kingdom work. And so that's why I think a lot of our team members are here and why they put so much time and energy into the operations of the mission, so that they can, one, participate in God's ministry, but then also to help individuals that need help at the time.
Yeah, yes, sir. It's been a wonderful privilege. I've been here now for 16 years, Clay, and it's been a lot of impactful moments that we done had around here at the mission. We have had opportunity to see a lot of great victories. We had opportunity to see some sadness, but the victories that we have always outweigh the negatives that in the people we serve.
Okay.
We all know that this is not just a waterfront, it's a community nation event, and we just glad that we have an opportunity to serve alongside with you.
So yeah, just a quick shout out to the Citygate Network, which is a group of gospel rescue missions across the country that we participate in as a national organization. There are over 65, if not more, rescue missions doing the same very thing in their own cities. And then we'll also be hearing during this live stream event from our national sponsor, Citygate Network, and what we're doing from a national perspective, meeting with government officials in DC across the country, but also right there where the legislature is. And so we're working on many different fronts to help move the work that we're doing forward every day. And so I just want to give a nice shout out to all the other individuals that are participating in this 24-hour live stream event. And I think it will be wonderful. I think God has already blessed it, and He will see us all through it.
Right. I don't think people recognize, Clay, the work that goes on behind the scene with our CEOs and our presidents. I don't think they realize the work that involved in connecting with Citygate and other missions across the world, how much work is going on. They see people on the street, but they don't know that the work that's being done to get those individuals off the street. So we thank you for participating with other groups, and thank you for Citygate participating with Citygate and allow us to network with them as well.
But let me also say, despite the work that the admin team does and the executive team puts in, and regardless of the work I put in, the real heroes, in my opinion, are our chaplains that work actually in our missions, sitting across the tables from these individuals that are sometimes at the lowest point in their lives when they come to us, and then just showing them the love of God and the hope in Jesus, that things can be different.
Right.
Can we help everybody? No, unfortunately we cannot, but that doesn't stop us from trying to help everybody.
Absolutely.
But I want to just say our teams here at the missions here in Pensacola, as well as over in Mobile, Alabama, you guys are truly the heroes of this organization. You are the front lines, and everybody else are support services. So I also would like to shout out to our retail teams that are tuning in. They work their butts off every day, every week, to try to provide more resources for the mission, so that you can provide more resources to the individuals, and we can continue to help move the needle on homelessness and addiction recovery. So I couldn't be more fortunate as an individual to be working with a group of people so selfless in what they try to accomplish on a daily basis. With the exception of some very shady kind of collegiate allegiances, like the Florida Gators. Other than that, we got a great group of individuals. And so you saw that game a couple weeks ago, right?
I did see that game a couple weeks ago.
I'm just joking. So anyways, I really do appreciate all the time and energy. I know that the support team, big shout out to our PR and development team, Lexi, Kayla, Eric, Mark. Of course, there's a dozen more people from the administrative team, dozens of people from the missions, and even from the retail team that have put some extra time and energy in trying to make this event get kicked off really well, and it has. I'd also like to say thank you to Dick Appleyard and his team that are going to be here. Great team, huge supporters of our missions and our ministry. Couldn't find a better partner than Dick Appleyard and Carolyn Appleyard, quite frankly.
It's Carolyn.
And all the things that they do week in and week out for us, and of course lending us their team for this 24-hour event. So that's great. Earlier you mentioned some unexpected things. I think someone was sharing a story with me that you had recently shared about a moment where you took the gentleman somewhere.
Yes.
Can you share that story with us real quick?
I started with the Waterfront mission in 2010, and our program manager, Jason Grizzard, allowed us to take a group of men to see a Christian movie at the Rave Theater here in Pensacola. We had 3 bands. We had 15 passenger vans then, and we went to churches and we collected money and raised money to take these individuals to the movies. And we also I went to the movie theater, sat down with the movie theater and told them what we were about to do, and everybody got on board. And I remember pulling up at the movie theater with these 3 vans and all of us getting out 36 guys with 3 chaplains, and we decided before we went in the movie we were going to pray. And we all circled up and prayed, Clay. And I'll never forget the impact that it had on me. You know, a bunch of men who get to live a life of value and to show others. And we were holding hands, locked arm in arm, and we were praying, and they felt value at that moment. And what happened is this: something told me just to lift up my head and open my eyes, and the parking lot was full of other people who were going to the movie, all just bending down and praying. As a matter of fact, after it was over, they clapped. The men felt alive. I felt alive, and I knew I was at the right place. It had such an impact on me. That's why I've been here this long, and you know, I know there's a lot of victories, there's some sadness, but the victories and the impact that we have on one or two or a few is way more valuable than the negatives.
They absolutely outweigh the negatives.
Thank you for allowing me to share that.
No, not.
It was a very impactful moment for us.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. And we do value your time and energy on the team. You lead the team really well.
Thank you, sir.
And, you know, it's just awesome.
We value what you're doing.
Oh.
I want you to know that we with you all day, all night. We're going to be praying. We already been lifting you up in prayer. And we know that the Lord will give you strength to do this. And it's going to have an impact across the nation.
Well, that's what we're praying for as well. And so I think it's already started. Just the ramping up for this, just for the team alone, has been,
it's been
very valuable. And so we're definitely wanting to just get the word out, what we're doing. I mean, we're the best kept secret along the Gulf Coast, been in business for over 76 years, and still rocking and rolling, because we have never taken our eyes off our goal of demonstrating God's goodness by offering rescue and recovery services in Jesus' name. I mean, that's a powerful.
And the logo that we have says it all. If you don't have a friend, you'll find one here.
Absolutely.
I love that, and that's always the individuals who walk up our walkway for the first time. They see that it puts them into a relaxed state of mind.
Absolutely.
Knowing that we are friends.
Absolutely. Yeah, we definitely want to make sure that everybody feels welcome. It's part of the reason why we increased the nights of shelter, free nights of shelter, I should say, from only 3 to 10. So now we've been offering 10 free nights for anybody that's never actually been with us before, 10 free consecutive nights. And just talk a little bit about why we decided 10. I know the reason why we decided at 10. You know, the first 3 days, people are just trying to get out of that fog of being homeless. Would you like to
Well, we
share
were
anything?
allowing 3 free nights of service for unique individual who walk up the walkway, who's never been to the Waterfront mission. Some, because of the inflation and things, have never been homeless. So it would give them an opportunity those first 3 nights. But what we discovered, that some were so in a fog. They really didn't know what was going on. So what we did, we increased the number of days that we gave them to 10. And sometimes during the first 5 days, first few days, only thing we do is feed them and touch them and speak to them and encourage them. Nothing really serious. And then when it gets close around that 7th day mark, we have a meaningful conversation, because they didn't have the time to dry out and to get out of the fog, and they can hear you. So that has been wonderful for us and the people we serve, allowing them the opportunity to get out of that fog, to let them know there are services here that they can get, and we can help them get back on their feet.
Nice. That's awesome. Anything else you'd like to share before I kick you out of here?
No, just want to say thank you again, and the whole team, all of Waterfront team, Thrift, Development, we all working together.
Absolutely.
And we're excited that you're doing this, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate it. So just to give you guys, thank you again, Fredrick. Just to give you a little administrative housekeeping, the way this works, we're going to have various people from the community, various team members from the Waterfront mission to come up and share their stories, share their experiences, and just, again, shine the light on this conversation, so that the individuals that don't see homelessness firsthand, who don't have any kind of connection to someone with an addiction, they can gain some insights into what exactly is involved in trying to help these individuals steer their path to a much better direction for their lives. You know, we're constantly talking about weathering the storms, you know, and our number one primary anchor is our personal relationships with Jesus Christ. But one of the things we want to let them know is that they don't have to weather these storms alone. So our team has been fully trained on all various types of counseling, and I got people moving around in the background, so I may get distracted from time to time, but we'll have various community partners come up here, supporters, obviously, former and current board members will be coming out to talk to us, and just having a very good conversation about what we're doing here, what we're trying to accomplish. And we'll pepper that throughout the 24 hours, various things that Waterfront is working on. You know, one of the things that I have stressed when I first came here was bringing a for-profit mindset to our nonprofit world. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have margin, you don't have a mission. You know, so sometimes we will get dinged on social media for being very good stewards of the dollars that we are entrusted, but we do that in order to sustain the mission. From my perspective, we are laying the foundation for the next 76 years or longer, you know, so that the mission has to be able to sustain itself. You know, when I first got here, it was right as COVID lockdowns were starting to get relaxed. And the one thing I noticed in March of 2021 was that there were a good half a dozen to a dozen organizations that were working on very similar initiatives, such as Waterfront. But nobody was talking to each other. You know, everybody had their own little sandbox, and they're like, don't come and play in my sandbox, you'll knock down my castle. And so one of the first initiatives that I made as the new president of the organization was, let's break down these walls. Let's start inviting people to our campuses. Let's start getting people inside our walls and explaining to them what exactly it is we do and how we do it. And then subsequently, we also went to other organizations so that we could see what they were doing, because homelessness and addiction recovery are two of the biggest issues that you could probably try to tackle. And so although Waterfront does a huge amount of work in these two areas, we're not the only ones, and we can't do it alone. So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to work with any organization that is actually willing to work with us. And you know, people like Chandra Smiley with Community Health, Allison Hill with Lakeview Center, Drayton Smith at Ministry Village. You know, the list goes on and on and on. Ascension Healthcare, HCA West Florida, Infirmary over in Mobile, USA Health, Healthcare for the Homeless. You know, we're constantly looking for ways that we can provide additional resources so that we can hopefully get these individuals out of that little rut they may be in and onto a new path for their lives, free of addiction, free of homelessness. And so we're very just excited to be a part of this kingdom work God has called us to. And so we just want to make sure that we are doing the best we possibly can when we encounter anybody. If it's just someone that walks up to our walkway for day resources one day, or if someone's looking for addiction recovery, it doesn't matter what the situation is, we are prepared to help you move yourself forward in a more positive way. And hopefully over the next 24 hours that we'll be able to share with you some incredible insights, some incredible journeys. We'll introduce you to some incredible people, and we'll really get down to the root causes of the problems that we're seeing from an organizational standpoint, from a community standpoint, from a political standpoint even, all of the various different things that we have incurred over the last 5 years. I'm going on 5 years myself, so we have incurred some incredible storms over those 5 years, but we have weathered them all by the grace of God, of course, and we will continue to work our butts off so that we can continue delivering success for these individuals that come and need our help. So that's just, you know, an insight of what we're going to do. You'll have an opportunity on the live stream event to submit questions if you have a question for me or perhaps maybe one of my guests. The next person that's going to come up is someone that I've been working with hand in hand for the last 5 years, Jason Grizzard. And so Jason is our VP of Ministry Services and just has a huge heart for the Lord and has a huge heart for ministry. And so we're going to probably bring Jason on a few minutes early. because I'm running out of stuff to talk about. Just kidding, I'm not. I got plenty of stuff. I got a top secret folder of stuff that I can talk about. So Jason, why don't you come up, join me? It's a little early, I'm sure, but it's gonna be a fluid motion. Not too much, not too early. It's pretty good. Don't forget to hold the mic fairly close. So, Jason, why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, I am Jason Grizzard. I'm the Vice President of Ministry Services for Waterfront Rescue Mission. I'm happy to be here. It's really good to be here today.
It's a beautiful day to have an event like this. But one of the things that we're constantly asked is how much does the weather play a part in our operations? I mean, we could sit here and talk about it for probably a couple hours at least. But Jason, why don't you walk us through real quick our normal operating procedures on a beautiful day like today, but then also get into the extreme weather situations and what we do as an organization to help combat those kind of situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is a beautiful day. It actually feels a little bit more like August today as opposed to October.
Yeah.
And such is life in Florida, of course. So we, on a normal day like today, we have our day center that's open. Our day resources center is really our come as you are shelter. It's our one-stop shop for the homeless, where we try to provide all of the resources necessary so that the homeless don't have to go across town to get one thing done, but we try to encourage providers to come here, and we provide all of the resources that they need, from showers to laundry to clothing to using the phone. And of course we serve as an address. A lot of the homeless don't have a home, they don't have an address, and so we serve as a place where they can also get their mail. And many of our homeless people don't recognize, many of them actually do get income checks through the mail, and so they rely on Waterfront and our day shelter a tremendous amount. So Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. we are open for day services, and that also, and so on even today, like today, that is a shelter from the heat. And we have this nice canopy set up that gives us that shade. But if it were not here, it would be even hotter than it is now. And so we're very thankful for that shade. And so that's really what the mission serves as. It serves as a place where we can shelter people, give them that immediate relief from the heat. And then, of course, during the winter, we can give them that immediate relief from the cold. Now, typically, we don't have a lot of cold in Florida, but as many of you know who are from Pensacola or Mobile or along the Gulf Coast, you know that back in January we had what many of us locals now are calling Snowmageddon. And that was not a fun event if you were here, and so we had to suspend normal operating procedures. So on a normal night, just to kind of answer Clay's question, if you're with us, we give you the opportunity. We give people 10 free nights and an opportunity to really move into extended stay and move on to one of our programs, which are 45 to 90-day programs that work with veterans and working homeless and those who want to move to re-enter society and get back into the workplace. We also work with chronically homeless. And then, of course, we have our 3-month addiction recovery program. But for those who are not necessarily wanting to move forward in that way, we do actually charge a $10 copay, which is an opportunity just for us to really doesn't pay for a whole lot. It just gets people a little bit of skin in the game, and we have people that circle back and end up going into one of our programs. But this has been a long answer to your question.
That's okay.
But the answer that I think you're looking for is that on nights where it is extreme heat or extreme cold, that is really where we suspend our normal operating procedures, and we do not. In that event, we essentially pivot from programs and moving people into life transformation to now our goal is really to keep people safe. We always want to keep people safe, but on a night where weather becomes the most pressing need, that's where we will really let anyone in. The only time where we will really not work with someone in an event like that is if there's a safety threat, if they're a threat to someone else, if there's a threat of violence or something of that nature. But other than that, we really work with, just about any kind of situation. And so, yeah, we will do whatever we need to do in order to keep people safe in those on those nights.
So interesting you brought up Snowmageddon, which was a very unique opportunity for us to figure out what we're made of. Not having any kind of, real life experience. I'm a native Floridian myself. And so what was interesting, my one big takeaway from that was like on day 3, when it was starting to kind of settle in, we were at overcapacity, I think, for both of our missions. But one of the things, I came in one afternoon, and there was a group of individuals that had been staying with us, obviously. They went out front, and there was tons of snow still on the ground, and they decided that we're going to have a snowball fight. And I'm like, where in the world am I? I'm not in Pensacola, Florida. There's no way that there's a group of people having a snowball fight right out in front of our mission, in front of our big cross out front. But boy, howdy, they were enjoying themselves. And it just, my heart was just, filled with gratitude of the fact that we were, one, able to withstand this onslaught of weather, but then we were able to pivot and accept even more people in out of the weather so that they could be safe. And one of the other things that we did during that day, and which we are still working on a long-time solution on, is we were able to also house some pets. And so a lot of people, ask us from time to time, why don't you take pets? Well, there's a lot of reasons why we don't take pets, but we are currently in the process of vetting out a dog kennel solution. Our primary funding source did not come through, so we're currently in a pivot mode, looking for additional primary or additional funding sources. But we know that there are tons of barriers to enter any facility, quite frankly. I don't think there's any facilities in Pensacola or Mobile that actually accept pets for obvious reasons. So we're trying to just remove another barrier to entry into our facility, while at the same time keeping our clients safe, keeping our team members safe, as well as protecting those precious animals that we will sometimes see on the sides of the roads.
Yeah, I even this week I've seen several pets, in behind our Grace Center, and so we try to work with as many people as we can to kind of meet them where they are. And yeah, that's our goal. Our goal is to remove as many barriers as we can. We really don't want there to be a barrier to someone moving towards life transformation. Mm-hmm. And so that's a big goal. One of the stories that came to mind, Clay, as you were talking about that, was one of our staff members, even over in Mobile, when we were going through Snowmageddon. We got a phone call from a mom, and the mom contacted us and basically told us that her son had been caught out. He was homeless, and he had been caught out in the snow. And so we don't normally do this,
sure,
but we were actually kind of going out in treacherous conditions right around where the mission was located to try to give people transportation, to try to get them there as much as we could. At some point, we obviously had to make the decision to ground all of our vehicles because it was so dangerous. But in this particular case, the mom said, I think he's at this store, and is there any way that you guys could check on him? And one of our staff members, really out of the goodness of his heart, took one of our vehicles, went down the road about probably a mile, maybe a mile and a half from the mission, and found the man right outside of one of the local stores. And he had a blanket over him, and he was free. He was just shivering, and he was not in a good condition. And I remember, the staff member told me about this. So he got the guy up. He was able to get him to come to, and he put him in the vehicle, and he drove him to the mission. And of course, he survived, and it was a great night. And I told our staff member that, had he not taken that call and gone down the street to pick up that man who was probably in his 30s, that he probably would not have survived the night. I mean, it was just incredible how cold it was at that point, and he really didn't, all of the clothes that he had were wet when they found him. And so that, to me, just really illustrates how a lot of times our staff demonstrates God's goodness by going the extra mile.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we could spend the next 23 hours talking about all the different times that our team members have gone out of their way to help someone in their normal operating course of their doing their job. Is there anything that stands out to you in addition to that needs to be, kind of highlighted? Any kind of other moments? I mean, there's probably a dozen or so that probably are top of mind right now. One that comes to mind for me, and then I'll let you answer the question, is, and I've shared this story a number of times, but we launched last year, I should say a year plus ago now, our Hope for Her Women's Overnight Emergency Shelter Services, but then we also launched our Arukah Respite Center. And so the way that Arukah came around was very unfortunate. But I have a tendency to come to work early, and so it was July of 2021, so I'd only been in this role for about 3 months or so. And I get to work early, and there's a woman that I didn't know was a woman yet, just sprawled out in front of our admin building. And so I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to fire someone today, because why is there a person out in front of our admin building? And well, the long of the short of it is this woman was actually in a healthcare facility 2 counties to our east, and she was discharged from their ED, put in a Z cab, and transported all the way over to here. Now at that time, as you know, we were not set up for women's services, but even if we were aware that she was coming, we would have brought her into the mission like we had done on 100 of occasions, set her up on a cot, kept her safe, kept her secure, and then reevaluated what we would need to have done. But since we were still coming out of COVID protocols, the campus was on lockdown, we had no warning that they were bringing her to us. The driver of the Z-Cab didn't even come to our gate that is equipped with a buzzer to our front desk. And so this poor woman laid out in front of our mission the entire night until she crawled across the hard concrete to where I found her the next morning. And that's really what lit a fire under me to start really looking at the Arukah Respite Center. And through some very strong collaborations with healthcare organizations here in Pensacola, we vetted this program for better part of 2.5, 3 years. We just really, truly did not want to miss anything. And then, of course, we did a successful launch last year. We have a tremendous new program manager in place. Tricia is doing a fantastic job. We have greater collaborations with other healthcare facilities along the Gulf Coast, and it's just starting to grow organically. But that one moment was seared into my mind, and I will never forget it. The confusion and just blankness in this woman's face. She clearly should not have been on the streets. Certainly probably still should have been at that ED a couple of counties over. I can't even begin to imagine waking up 2 counties over without a clue as to where you are. That poor woman suffered without need. I mean, there's just no reason for that to happen. Unfortunately, that's not the only time we've had situations like that. And so, we want to make sure that we are communicating and partnering with our local healthcare providers, because that's not necessary. These are people, and we should be taking care of these people. Just dropping them off like some sort of baggage on the side of the road, it's just not acceptable anymore. And I think we have had a lot of support from local providers, both here in Pensacola as well as over in Mobile, and I'm very excited about the future for that. But
yeah, and I think that it is very easy for people, and I've known a lot of great social workers, and I've known a lot of great people who are very compassionate and who are in this industry. So certainly there are a lot of good ones, but unfortunately, in a lot of healthcare systems around our country, they are so focused on freeing up the bed that unfortunately sometimes that is done without the best intentionality of care. And so we see that. And I think that's the thing that certainly Waterfront doesn't have all the answers. We work with a lot of different great partners in our community, and we've been able to work with a number of great local resources, both here in Pensacola and in Mobile, but because we don't have all the answers, because we certainly, and we've entered these great partnerships with Arukah Respite Care, with some of these area hospitals that see the need for it and see the, and not just see the need for it. We've talked about here recently when we went through the strategic plan process, we talked about the mission filter and how we assess whether something is a good thing to do, whether it is there mission alignment, is there a need, but is it also economically sustainable? Are there resources to sustain it? And I think that's one of the things I really think that Clay's initiative is very smart to kind of do that. A lot of we've been in this boat before, in years past, where we were focused, we were moved by need, but we were not really we didn't really think through the economic side of things, and it's very easy to do. But kind of to go back to your other question though about things that come to mind as far as Waterfront, I think of I've been with Waterfront now for almost 18 years, and I started actually as a chaplain, and when we were located on the corner on Main Street in Balin. And if you've ever been to the Brew-Through, that's actually where the mission was located before we moved here to Herman Avenue. And but at that time, a story always sticks with me, and we've actually done some social media. I think he's social media'd out, so I won't mention his name, but we'll just call him Todd. But he came into the mission. I'll never forget. He was just broken, and he had lost everything due to drugs and alcohol, and he was dating a girl, and they had children together, and they had lived together for some time, but basically he was on the brink of having lost it all, and so I just happened to be there when he came in. But I remember that God got a hold of his heart. He began to enter the program, and he really just began to start building that accountability structure, confessing his faults, and God really began to work in his heart, and he came to know Christ, came to follow Christ as his Lord and Savior, and he began to really create a real strong support around him. And so he went all the way through our recovery program, graduated. His fiance at the time and their children were all there at the graduation, and then I think maybe a month or so later, they made it official. They got married, and he's been successful. Their family is just doing phenomenal, and we talk with him every now and then. But to me, at that point in my life, it really I bought into the vision of Waterfront at that point, because I thought this is what it's all about. If it's one thing to hand somebody a plate of food and to help them and to provide that immediate relief. And we do that here at Waterfront. We meet people where they are. We meet immediate needs. But that's not where it stays. That's when we move on to the rehabilitation aspect. We want to see people move forward. We want to see their lives be transformed. And that's how it was with Todd. And that's how it is with so many others. And now that we've opened Hope for Her, we obviously have seen a lot of women that have come in and have had their lives transformed through the power of the gospel, the demonstration of God's goodness. And so just really proud of that opportunity we now have to serve women here on the Pensacola campus.
Absolutely. So that's a great segue into talking about Hope for Her. I know we've had this conversation probably 100 times if we've had it once, but I remember our very first meeting was in the conference room that's actually now the living area for Hope for Her. And I asked a simple question, when or why are we not in women's services? And, we went through a huge, conversation about it, and you gave me some really strong insights as to why we were in women's services at one time, and then we had to kind of backtrack a little bit. It was more because of a financial need at the time. back in 2015, 2016 timeframe. But even since that day, moving forward until we opened up Hope for Her, you and I would constantly talk about, when should we get back into women's services? We knew there was a need. We knew that there was a very low amount of providers out there that were servicing women with children and various things like that. So we started a good 5 months maybe beforehand, talking to community partners, talking to community leaders about, what if we were able to do that. And I remember you having great conversations with the entire Pensacola mission team. So we're only set up for women here in Pensacola, and that's only because of our facility here is much larger than our one over in Mobile. And I know we have strategic visions of adding women's services in Mobile in due time, of course. But I just remember that time of vetting the process out and what would that look like. And we came up with some really strong reasons why, but we also came up with some very strong reasons why we shouldn't. And of course, the whys definitely outweighed the why nots. And then we had such a strong support from a lot of the community, from my perspective. So when we did announce it at the 75th anniversary, there was just this, collective, finally, And so over the last year, what has the women's program meant for you?
Yeah, over the last year, we have been so blessed. I think that there was certainly that aspect of faith. We didn't have all the answers. We had a lot of questions.
We still might not have all the answers.
We had a lot of questions going into it, but I think a big part of it was just recognizing that, there was mission alignment, there was a need, and we began to look at other providers, like you said. But, I think when we first made the decision to move into women's rescue services, based on what we were seeing number-wise from the ladies who were coming up our walkway at the day center, I think we projected that we would probably have, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 or 12, and looking back now, I can see Clay's laughing at this. That's kind of the response now, because it is laughable. Because,
it really was.
Last night, for example, we had 32 women stay here, and the weather is beautiful.
Absolutely.
That's a good segue, too. You can hear it over the announcements that we have women's med call.
We do.
And it is really amazing when you look back and you think, oh, yeah, we're going to have this number. We really, on a regular basis, we have averaged 3 times that amount. And so just to look back over that first year and having served over 600 unique individuals, of 600 non-duplicated women that have come up our walkway, and it's just been incredible just what we've been able to see. We've actually during this first year, we've seen 12 different women go into permanent housing.
That's awesome.
Which is just phenomenal when you think about that. And a lot of us have even asked, where were they before?
Right.
There were a few that came up the walkway, and of course we saw an increase in our day center of numbers, which was one of the, not the only sign, but was one of the signs that we needed to really take a hard look at this. But we know that many of the women that come to us, we think that, the men, in most cases, many of them are dealing with substance abuse or mental illness, and that's also true of the women. But surprisingly, when we've looked at the demographic data from the women that have come to us, substance abuse is not the number one reason that they come to us. In fact, the number one reason that we have found that most women come to us is because of some form of trauma that they have been the victim of. And we know that that's also true of many men these days. They're just really good at hiding it, but many men are also victims of many cases of trauma. But for our women that have come in, we know that many of them have been, unfortunately, they've experienced trauma of either sexual or physical, verbal, emotional, psychological. And if it's not direct trauma, it is observed or vicarious trauma. So there's so many things that these women have been the victims of. And so we're very thankful that we get to partner with a number of great organizations in our community. We partner with Karis House, who does addiction recovery, and Lakeview, who works with mental illness. And then we've worked with Survivor-Led Solutions that works with trauma-informed care with Alicia Tappan. And so there's so many great organizations. I'm probably leaving some out, but those are three that come to mind.
Well, yeah, we work with so many different things. And I think that was one of my biggest takeaways from the first year with women, was just the amount of trauma that they could be carrying or have suffered. And I think your recommendation of bringing Alicia in, which we'll get to hear from her tomorrow, actually, she's going to join us on the bench, was a tremendous idea. She has an incredible story, but she has a huge heart for helping women, and she has been very instrumental in our program, our women's program, and helping us identify opportunities to help these women. And then, of course, our own women's chaplains have done an excellent job in working with all these ladies, and our hundreds of volunteers that constantly show up just to be, a presence in these ladies' lives, letting them know that they don't have to do this alone anymore. And then just being able to support those different things is very rewarding for me, for sure. And I know from a number of conversations with our team that they really appreciated us getting into the women's services. But to your point, yeah, that first day, that first Monday, I was hoping for 5 ladies to show up. I think we had 12. And by the end of the week, we were over 20. And so I remember saying to you, I said, we're going to have a conversation before the end of the year that we're going to have a capacity issue. And we haven't hit capacity with the exception of weather nights, extreme weather nights, but that is also part of our strategic plan, is to how does the mission move forward, providing more services for not just women, but maybe women with children or women with families. And I know we've had a few opportunities here in the last few weeks to actually do that. In fact, I believe we have a young lady that is staying with us that was referred to us by Mark Isbell and his wife, Alexa from Ascension, who is pregnant, and she just didn't have a place to go. She's like, well, yeah, she does. And so we brought her here, and we reinstated her 10 free nights. But then even a few weeks ago before that, we had a young mother who was pregnant, but with a 2-year-old. And of course, we're not truly set up for that, but we were able to set her up in the women's program area, in the lounge area, which is a swiped access. So there's security there, but then the entire women's wing is also badge access. So she was doubly secure with her and her 2-year-old. And again, the whole team, both the men chaplain and the women chaplain, were just excited to be able to help that person. And so we always look to help everybody first, in my opinion. And if we can't help them initially, we can definitely partner with one of our community partners to maybe find that help.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, looking back, there were certainly a lot of challenges and things that, we knew would be difficult. And, we even had a lot of naysayers saying, we really can't do men and women's services in the same building. And of course, that was a big challenge for us. That was honestly a legitimate hesitation, I think, for a while, because we were concerned about keeping them safe. But as you said, I think very aptly, we have a building that God has blessed us with that we can, secure off different wings of it. And so that was a big part, was to kind of say, okay, can we keep different populations safe in the building? Can we provide the type of support and staff that, we need? And we did. And of course, since we've opened, we've recognized, of course, the need, as you always do, that the staff that you thought you needed was not adequate enough to really meet the demands and the needs. But we've adjusted, and we've certainly, changed that since. But yeah.
It's good stuff. So you earlier spoke a little bit about our strategic planning event. We were very fortunate to be able to conduct a 2-day intensive with a good majority of the board of directors to look at, what does the mission need to work on over the next 5 years? And we are actually in the process of finalizing that plan. And slow rolling it out to strategic partners in the community, obviously donors, strategic and legacy donors, as well as our own team, the ministry team, as well as the retail and the rest of the Waterfront team. And so one of the things I'm very excited about is the idea that we must go deep before we can go wide. I think a lot of organizations that work in this industry, they go wide first, and so they don't necessarily put the right operations in place or the right funding in place, and then they find themselves having to shut down certain aspects of their organization. So I think one of the key things that Waterfront has always done over the 77 years now, going into 77 years, is that we've always looked at how are we going to sustainably do this long term, because we don't want to be that moment. We don't want to do it again. We obviously had to make some very strategic cuts back in 2016, but my predecessor Devin did an excellent job in righting the ship that we were on and getting us back on track, even though we had plenty of more storms to weather. That was a critical moment in the Waterfront's history, because without his leadership at that point, we probably would not be sitting here talking right now. And so I owe a debt of thanks to everybody that came before me for doing what they needed to do in the season of Waterfront. But the deep versus wide is that we're going to just get really good and strong and go as deep as we can on the services that we provide before we go wide. And I think that is just another analogy to building the foundation for the next 75 plus years for the mission. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I think that was certainly, Spirit-led those 2 days that we were together, because I think that's not only smart, but I think that is, biblically based. We want to make sure that, we're taking care of not only the people that we serve, but the people who are doing the serving.
Agreed.
If you are essentially, everything is about serving the people who come up our walkway. And I love the phrase, the motto that you've implemented, the mission first, the men and women always. And because it is about the mission. The mission is why we exist. We do exist for that reason. And yet, it is also about the men and women who do the serving. It is about them. And so I think that was really smart to make sure that we're taking care of our staff. In this type of work, we all know that there is enormous compassion fatigue. There is enormous opportunity for people to get burned out. And so it's important that we take care of those people. And so we're taking a look at that. We're also taking a look at ways that we can hear more from the people that we serve, and that was certainly part of that in implementing some more comprehensive surveys and some feedback mechanisms to try to find out how are we doing. We think we're doing great, but you're the ones that we serve. How are we actually doing?
Absolutely.
And so I think that was just a critical moment for us to come to that place. And we've really put some good things in place the last few years, but we're definitely not done, and we've got some more work to do. And I think even when we moved into the women's rescue services, because we were so intensive about adding so many services and programs with different providers, and I think of one of the other providers, Gulf Coast, sexual trauma. They come and they work with us a lot, but I think we were so locked into trying to provide those services. Some of our men's rescue services and programs were kind of looking like, hey, what about us? And so we had to take a fresh look at that and make sure that we're also providing those opportunities for growth on the rescue program side of it as well.
Absolutely, that's a key. Just kind of going back to the whole strategic plan. I came from healthcare, and so you you have to have plans. And you know, the for-profit world, even though I came from Baptist Healthcare, which is a nonprofit also in this area, you have to have a plan. You know, you have to be good stewards of the dollars that are entrusted to you. You know, people are not going to give to an organization that's just going to willy-nilly throw their money out the door at anything and everything. And so we take a very strong stance on financial awareness. We have been certified with our organization ECFA for the last several years over our financial reporting and awareness and just doing the right thing. But we also have to have the data, to your point. You know, you and Jerry do a fantastic job of cultivating the data with our rescue and recovery programs. Dana Wilson, who is our VP of Retail, does a tremendous amount of analytics surrounding the data for our retail division. And we use the data from our own team members. We actually just conducted a team member satisfaction survey, and we were fortunate enough to receive a score between 4.0 and 5, which allowed us to be rated one of the best Christian workplaces in the United States. That's not lost on me. Although we did it in our first year, we definitely have opportunities to grow. I mean, you and I both have sat down and looked at some of the comments from our team members, and there are opportunities. I mean, for us to sit here and say, you know, we're perfect, we do everything right, would be silly. Yeah. Quite frankly, I know I'm not perfect. There was only one perfect person that walked this earth, and as far as I know, he hasn't come back yet. So hopefully, I won't miss that. And but while we're here, we need to take care of the people that are helping take care of us, that are helping us take care of the community. So we will put a lot of resources into our team members over the next many years. We already have been over the last 5 years, and because honestly, they're our front line with you and the ministry team. They're our front line with our community supporters, whether they donate at the mission monetarily or they drop off in-kind donations at the back of each of our thrift stores. And so we have to take care of the people that are helping us take care of the community, and that is just high on my priority list for sure.
Yeah, that's a great place to segue into the community.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to speak, Clay, to just the reliance that Waterfront has on the community in terms of just accomplishing our mission, because we don't receive any government support.
That's true.
And so I know you mentioned Dana and the thrift stores, but I just think that's might be a good time to remind the community of how important they are to this work.
Our community supporters, our donors, our volunteers, our team, of course, we couldn't do all the things without them. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of man hours, and a lot of coordination to run these two missions. You know, a lot of people are like, you know, it doesn't seem like that's difficult, and I would just chuckle, you know, quite frankly, because it is a very difficult task to help take care of individuals. And so we rely heavily on our very, very resolute donors that have religiously given to us year over year over year. The community support people that we get. I mean, in the last couple of years, we've had a tremendous supporting partnership with Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. They like what we're doing, and they wanted to partner with us. You know, again, all of our community partners, but I cannot say enough about our donors, both individual donors and as well as our organizational donors, and then of course our volunteers. I mean, without them, it would be utter chaos at times. I mean, we're getting into we're actually in the fourth quarter right now, which is when we really ramp up our efforts, you know, through Thanksgiving, through Christmas, obviously through the new year. And we have just a spike in volunteerism, and we need it. And quite frankly, I mean, to serve over 1,500 meals on one day takes a lot of help and effort. So, I'm probably going to get distracted more times over the next 23 hours. But again, getting back, I cannot thank our supporters and our volunteers enough for entrusting us with their time and their energy and their money sometimes. Just know that it is high on our priority list to do a good job with the things that you've entrusted us with. And I think we're doing a fantastic job, quite frankly. I think the team that we have in place right now is probably the strongest team we've had in our entire 77-year history. And that's saying a lot, because we've seen some incredible storms over those 77 years. And but our team is ready, willing, and up for the task, and certainly able to knock it out of the ballpark every day of the week. We'll just let anybody on our campus now, Jason. So well, I think that's our time. Not that I need to cut you off or anything like that, but
I think so. Thank you thank you for having me, and it's an honor to be able to talk about these things. And this is a great opportunity for us to bring awareness to the issue of homelessness and addiction, and of course the great partners that we have that you're about to speak to.
Absolutely.
So that's great. Thank you, Clay.
Jason, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. So I don't know. Let me see. I got a list of who's coming up next. So let me go to my cheat sheet here. Actually, I think we are going to actually have. Where is he at? So hey, Jason, would you send Lexi out for me? I'm gonna get a chance to embarrass Lexi one more time as I. What's? No, I'm not. I'm still on the air. Okay. You might need a little help. There's Lexi. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Yes. Who's next? Squire's next? Okay, where's Squire? Well, I would get up and help you, but All right, well, so obviously we have a little bit of lull. Let me just, again, thank Jason and the entire ministry team for the amount of work and effort they put in day and night. I mean, it is just an incredible effort on their behalf. They really, truly are superheroes, in my opinion. Dealing with individuals that are complex and have their own situations going on, and being able to show the grace of God and just, hug on them and love them and help them find a way forward from whatever is, their situation at the time, whatever they're experiencing right now. So all right, so I think we are going to now bring up Squire. Come on, Squire. Good to see you, brother. You doing all right? Yes. Oh, my favorite person already. Just leave that right there for a little bit later. Good to see you, man. All right, grab that microphone. Make sure you got it close up. Let's turn this hat around. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So, first of all, Squire, introduce yourself and share a little something about you.
Hi, my name is Squire Alexander. I'm from Henderson, New York. I've been here since I was born till I was 32 years old.
Okay.
Then when I moved from New York to Pensacola, Florida, I thought I had a happy life with a significant other, but otherwise, it went bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I never been Waterfront. They're coming back and forth, and all of a sudden, I'm here. I'm about to move to another place, much better. Now coming back to work for Waterfront. And
So, Squire, you were telling me earlier that you're fixing to move over to our Mobile mission.
yes,
Tell me about that.
I'm happy.
Okay, good. I'm
happy.
glad.
Because I used to live in the streets. Now I stay in Waterfront. And
Well, let me ask you this. How long have you been living on the streets?
for a while. I don't know how long,
Okay.
but for a while. I got a warning from the cop. I can't have no blanket and no cover or nothing. And that's how if they see me with a blanket or anything, they're gonna lock me up. So I just keep on moving places. I mean, you know what? Let me see if I could scrape up some money to pay for my night here. And one day I found one of the chaplain's wallet outside. He was doing something. I don't know what he was doing, but I found his wallet. So I'm a man enough to turn the wallet in.
Sure.
And when he found out who it was, he's like, I paid for your night. And I talked to Chaplain Jason. I'm like, listen, I need help. He said, I know you do. I was just waiting for the amount of time before you asked me. And all of a sudden, he made the phone call or the email to me go to Mobile, Waterfront, and I'll be going either this week or next week. I'm happy.
So we were talking a little bit earlier as we were doing some mic checks and everything like that. You said you were going to be entering into our addiction recovery program.
Yes.
And so let me just share for the viewing audience real quick that our addiction recovery program is a 9-month, 3-phase program. Recovery readiness, LifeBuilders phase 2, and then career development. So in recovery readiness, I believe you told me that they suggested you going over to Mobile so that you could be having a fresh start, because you're very familiar with all the people here, and they wanted to remove you from some of the distractions and put you over in Mobile.
Yeah.
Same program, and so once you finish recovery readiness, that first phase, that really kind of gets you ready to be in a program, gets you back on track to having a regular routine, starts counseling individually as well as in groups. Then once you complete that first phase, you can move into the second phase, which is our LifeBuilder phase, which is actually located back here on this Pensacola campus. It's an in-house 3 months intensive. That's where the rubber really hits the road. And I told you, it's tough, but you can definitely make it.
I'm ready.
You're ready. That's awesome.
If I could be standing out here in the streets, living out here, I'm ready for anything
Okay.
that come in front of me.
Very nice. Well, so what are you hoping to get out of the program?
A better life,
Better life, okay.
a better mind, a better understanding what people go through. Don't ever look people down.
Okay.
If I have it, help somebody else out. Like, if I have a job, I would, and another person asked me to help them look for a job, I would help them.
Well, I think the way you and I met one day was you were out front helping an individual in a wheelchair. So I've noticed you over the last many years. You're always quick to help someone get in and out of the mission area if they have to have a wheelchair or anything like that, carrying bags for some of our team members that might be trying to get a whole bunch of stuff in at one time. So you already have a servant heart from my perspective.
Yes.
And so, once you get through the addiction recovery phase, I think it would be really critical for you to be in a position, a job that is, that allows you to kind of delve into that servant heart of yours, where you can continue to help people. Have you ever thought about what that might look like? It might be too early in the conversation, but have you ever thought about what that might look like for you?
No, not really. I just like to help people.
Okay. Any particular area you'd like to help them in? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay. You may even find yourself back at the mission.
Of course.
Working on our team.
Of course.
We have, of course. We have hired a number of our individuals that have come through our programs. They want to give back to the organization that's helped them out. But how did you find the mission? Let me ask you that.
Oof.
That's a tough one, huh?
Yeah. I was working at High Quest one day.
Where's that?
High Quest. It's
Okay.
a tip agency. And all of a sudden, they said, you have not been getting no sleep. They sent me to Washburn. Then Washburn sent me over here. And that's how I found about Waterfront.
Okay. And how would you describe your time here at Waterfront?
Amazing.
Okay.
Got what I needed. I did get in trouble a couple times. But you know what? God knocked me in my head, saying, this is not for you. And kept on coming back. and you've been seeing me helping other people out, you know, like, won't you just get in the program? I'm like, I just need a job.
Right.
Get in the program. I just need a job to put money in my pocket.
I remember that conversation. And what did I tell you? I told you, I said, go check in with the counselors.
Go check it in with the counselors.
We have our work training program, our working homeless program. We have opportunities for people all the time. And then how did that transition from one of those programs to our addiction recovery program?
I see how people is when you do good things.
Mm-hmm.
Good things come to you.
Absolutely.
Like, I never knew the guy that cut the grass retired. He
Michael
graduated
Dees.
from here.
Michael Dees he's a tremendous man. He's a tremendous community leader, in fact. So Michael Dees, real quick, if you don't know his story, he did graduate from our program. Oh my gosh, I think it's the last time we updated it was like 28 years ago. And since then, he's really, truly, you know, had a changed life. You know, a very sustainable changed life. He's a small business owner. He has Michael Dees Landscaping, and he actually often hires people that come out of our program.
He hired me a couple of days.
Okay, so
Remember when you said, "Wow, Squire with Michael Dees"?
Michael Dees is
But
awesome.
I never knew that he retired from here.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well, he didn't retire. He graduated from our
Yeah.
program. So yeah, and he actually we hire him to do our lawn maintenance here in Pensacola as well, and just a tremendous man to talk to. Always has a smile on his face. It doesn't even
Always.
matter if it's in the middle of the summer and he's on a lawnmower. He stops and he'll say hello to you. Big old smile on his face.
course.
Love me some Michael Dees. He's a great guy. But we have all kinds of opportunities
Well,
coming out
like
of
I
our
said,
program.
Soon as I get myself situated,
Hmm.
and you know my feet very good, like I want to, I'm gonna up on my own business.
Okay. What kind of business? Do you know? You just want to be your own boss.
Yes.
I get that. I get
and,
that.
And I could hire people like from here
Okay.
to come and help out,
That's fantastic.
because I'm not gonna leave Waterfront out.
Oh, well, I
Because
appreciate
that's
that.
where I come from,
Yeah.
and I graduated from here. Now it's time for me to move on
Oh,
and make somebody else's blessings come true.
that's awesome. That's awesome. And it'll be a very proud day for me when I shake your hand after we hand you your diploma when you graduate the program.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Anything else you want to share?
No, it's just been a great place, great atmosphere. It's not too far from home. This is home right here.
Okay.
This
Okay.
is my home.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're starting to see the evening folks kind of filter in here. So we may be getting some colorful language in
and
the
we don't need
background.
that.
No, we don't. There's no need for it. You know, but we all have to work on those kind of things every now and then.
Yes.
Well,
And,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
and I hope you have a blessed, wonderful day.
I thank you,
you.
sir. I
No,
appreciate
thank
it. I appreciate it. I just hope I don't fall off the bench at 2 o'clock in the morning and you know, start snoring on the ground in front of the bench.
No.
All right. Well, very good. Well, thank you for coming to talk to me.
Anytime.
And you have a good night. And
Of course.
thank you for taking that for me. I appreciate it.
Of course, brother.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
All right, Squire. Thank you for your time, sir. Very nice. Okay, so let's see who's on deck. I think we have some folks that are on deck. Let's see, we got Drayton and Liz Kissel coming up, so that's awesome. So I think the next person that we're going to have come have a conversation with us is Drayton Smith. Who? No, he can come up. He can come up. Come, don't cut the grass. How are you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Lost my head.
I need to get a hat like that.
Yeah.
I can't pull that off though.
Yeah. You look good with it. You look like one of the guys on one of those old westerns.
Easy now.
Yeah.
Easy.
What's his name? Sam Elliott.
I'm not as cool as Sam Elliott, but wow. So this is an interesting opportunity for us to share our stories and kind of shine a light. Oh, Drayton, I'm sorry.
Let
Can
me
you
grab this.
And you have
Hey,
to.
how you doing?
Hey, thanks for showing up.
Absolutely.
I
Good to
appreciate
see you
it.
today.
I know we moved you up in the schedule, but
Thank you for doing that,
we have
too.
to be obviously flexible for everybody.
Thank you.
Liz Kissel should be here soon.
right.
Looking forward to talking with her. She does
Yeah.
so much for the community,
She
as
does.
you know.
Yep, she's amazing.
And she is really,
I think
truly
there's
is.
like 3 of her, actually, because she's
Well,
everywhere.
I
and
wish
does
I
so
knew how to.
much.
I could, if I could clone
Absolutely.
myself,
Yeah.
I'd still be busy.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Well,
Liz does really good.
so do me a favor, Drayton. I obviously know who you are.
Yeah.
Let the audience know who you are and
Yeah.
what organization you're with.
Absolutely. My name is Drayton Smith. I'm with Ministry Village at Olive. We have several programs, one of those being the Cares House program that we, partner with you guys on some of that because of the we serve ladies, and so do you. So we do a year-long addiction recovery program for women only. Right now we have the capacity for 22. We're building a new facility that'll increase us to about 50. And along with that, we have transitional housing. So after they graduate the program, if they need to stay, they can stay a little bit longer. So that's the Cares House program. We're in the process of building a new thrift store. So we had one and closed it down, lost the lease on that, and we're building a new one now in the process of doing the land development. In that same building, we're going to have our Tender Hearts Caring Hands program, which is a lot of similarities to your day center here that you have. So we do food boxes and food baskets and things out of that, as well as paying power bills, and we do bus tickets. You mentioned Liz just a minute ago. We're in partnerships with the county to do the Project Reconnect,
Absolutely.
which is phenomenal. And basically what that is getting folks a way back home, whether that's a plane ticket or a Greyhound bus ticket. So we're able to get folks that have been here for whatever reason and need to get back to a safe place. It's not always home, but it's a safe place.
Sure.
Whether it be another recovery center or back to family, back to a job, and that kind of stuff. And then we have our daycare, where we have the capacity of 159 children in that daycare.
Oh, wow.
And then we also have Most Excellent Way, which is similar to like Celebrate Recovery or something like that. And then we partner with you guys for so many different things, and it's a great partnership.
Yeah. So you have been one of the first executive directors that I actually met when I stepped into this role, and we have been able to partner for so long. But even besides all the partnerships of our two organizations, I believe that you and I have developed a friendship as well.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about you earlier. Looking forward to the time when you came and talked to me, so I could say it on the internet. How
Well, you may want to be careful.
how much I appreciate. I don't care how much I appreciate your friendship. And my dad, who I lost this summer, would always tell me, he's like, if you can count your friends on one hand,
Yeah.
you're a very rich man.
Absolutely.
And I
agree with
certainly
that.
can do that, and I can count
agree
you as a friend. So
Well, thank you.
and you know how we define that. So if you can call this person up at 2:00 in the morning,
Absolutely.
which I may do actually tonight.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
just
do that tonight, right?
that's a true friend.
Absolutely.
And that's how I view you. So I really do appreciate you
No, I appreciate you. Thank
from
you.
a business standpoint, but I also have a personal interest in you as
It's
a
great
friend.
to have those relationships.
You have to.
You do,
You have to.
absolutely.
I was able to speak at the Acromarsa
yeah.
conference this last week, and I spoke about anchoring in the storm.
Yeah.
And I said, I shared that you have to develop various anchors. You have to have your relationship anchors, which of course your primary one is your relationship with Jesus Christ. But then you have to have work anchors, and you also have to have coping anchors.
That's right.
And so obviously you've become not only a relationship anchor, but you started as a work anchor. We tried to start this kind of a CEO roundtable
Yes.
thing, and we had a few good breakfasts
yeah.
at the time. But now it's a little bit more. We've all gotten real busy, so we do it kind of individually now. But it's still a very strong coping anchor, work anchor, relationship anchor when you can share things with someone that is going through
Absolutely.
very similar things. And
Absolutely.
what's so interesting about you and I is that we have so many parallels in our lives, but also in our work lives.
That's true.
And it's crazy. So, you mentioned your addiction recovery program for women and how we partner. And, everybody's been asking me since we started Hope for Her, is like, are you going to start doing women's recovery? I'm like, no. I mean, we have thoughts of it for the future,
Right, sure.
but there's no reason for us to start a program in Pensacola for sure,
Right.
because we have such a strong partnership with you, and our programs align. We're using the same curriculum.
A lot of it, yeah.
And so,
and it's funny you say
why
that
would you
because so many
recreate the
people
wheel?
ask us the same thing. They say, when are you going to start a men's program? And I'm like, well, there's no reason for us to. And they're, what do you mean there's no reason? Well, there's Waterfront, and they do a great job, and there's no reason for us to do that. We don't want to duplicate services. We want to complement each other.
Absolutely. Why recreate the wheel?
That's
Is
right,
what I always say.
absolutely.
And so we will continue to lean into you and your program as you can lean into us and our program when you start doing your day resources and everything like that. And we're just going to continue to develop this collaboration between our two organizations. It is truly one of our key strategic collaborations. And so we love Caris House, and, and we love Ministry Village for sure. Some days
Yeah. I wanted to tell you, you need to be careful how many people you tell that we even know each other, much less that you're my friend. So that might not give you a very good reputation.
well, that's okay. There's probably only like 6 people watching.
That'll definitely happen like at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I warned them ahead of time. I said, I got a face for radio. They're like, well, wait a minute, that's not going to work.
That's not going to work at all.
But seriously.
I was kidding with Jason earlier. I said, this is almost like you'll remember this, we're about the same age, the old muscular dystrophy, Jerry Lewis telethon. Jerry Lewis telethon.
Jerry Lewis telethon. Yeah. Me and my sisters and brother would always strive to stay up for the whole thing.
Yeah.
At the time, late 70s, early 80s, my dad was actually part of the Florida JCs.
Okay.
And so one year he was going to be on the telethon.
Yeah.
We still didn't make it through.
Yeah.
I think he was scheduled for like 3:00 in the morning, and of course we didn't have DVRs or anything like that, or be able to watch it on YouTube later. But hopefully I'll be able to make it through the 24 hours. I'm a little bit older, so someone said something about having like a Nerf gun or a squirt gun to just kind of keep me awake. But no, it should be fun.
You need an IV.
Or an IV, a little caffeine IV, some constant coffee.
Yeah.
That will be on the menu later. Some coffee, but
absolutely.
But so far we're off to a really good start. We just sat down with a gentleman that's been coming here off and on for about 5 or 6 years. Has been experiencing homelessness for a long while. He couldn't even remember how long he's been living on the streets and just trying to survive. Yeah. And so it amazes me how resilient the individuals that come up here are. And in some cases, they probably just need a little bit of help.
That's right. Yeah.
But, you mentioned, we're a little bit older. We have a different mindset. We have a tendency not to ask for help.
That's true.
And do you see that in your ministry? Because I see it in ours.
Yes, we see it a lot. And so there's and maybe you're seeing this as well, but it's kind of I'm going to answer that, but I'm going to ask a question as well.
Okay.
So one of the things that we're seeing growing tremendously is children. Are you seeing a lot of more children coming now?
We are. Actually, I got to talk to Jason briefly about, we've had a woman staying with us that's pregnant. She's almost to term, but even a couple of weeks before that, we had a woman that was also pregnant, but she also had a 2-year-old. Yeah. And so, and we're finding ourselves, making exceptions in those rules because, we're definitely, there's nowhere for them to go. I was asking our folks, there's a couple.
Yes. Limited bed space. Let me rephrase that.
Yes,
there's limited bed.
Limited bed space. I wrote them down, and I'll pull them out in just a minute. Yeah. But there could be 10 times more, and we still probably wouldn't move the needle on it. So it probably becomes another, when are you guys going to start it? Yeah. Ministry Village or Waterfront.
Right, yeah. Someone needs to do it.
Someone needs to do it, and I'm confident that we have the right, team in place to do something like that. We just, of course, need to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
The right way.
But again, we talked about our financial issues that we had as an organization almost 10 years ago now. And, you know, Devin did such a great job of righting the ship.
Sure.
Really put us on a course for success.
Right.
And so we definitely want to make sure that we're doing right by those, our predecessors.
Yeah.
And just making sure we don't get too wide.
Right.
You know, we want to go
Absolutely.
deep. You know, we just got back into women's
right,
services.
yes.
Do it right.
Yeah.
Make sure we got all the skills in place, make sure we got the strong team in place, and then we can start to expand our width.
That's
and,
right.
and then go wider from
Absolutely.
that perspective.
Absolutely. So to answer your question, and the reason I asked that question to you was because a lot of times that's where we see the last ditch is when now I have small children, now I need to ask for help. And you guys know this because of dealing with women. And this is unfortunate, but what we see a lot of times is, you know, a man is prideful, but a lot of times, unfortunately, they will just walk away from the circumstance, and there's not as much things there with them. So when you have a woman involved, then there, a lot of times it seems to be more, I don't want to use the word baggage, but a lot of more
Trauma.
in-depth and trauma and things like that, because so many times they've been abused or they've been neglected. Unfortunately, sometimes that is people they trust. It could be a stepfather or an uncle or a brother or whatever the case may be.
Yep.
And so the in-depth portion of that is so hard to bring out. So what we see most of the time is the men, sometimes, not all of them, but sometimes the men are just kind of running away from something. And then the women are, and it is, you see so many, the pride gets in the way. They don't want to ask for help. And so, yes, to answer your question, but, you know, Clay, one of the things that we've seen over the years too, especially with addiction and even homelessness to a lot of degree as well, a lot of people don't understand it.
No.
And there's so many reasons that people are in addiction. There's so many reasons that people are homeless.
Absolutely.
Some people want to be homeless. They just don't want to, you know, they're not wanting to deal with any politics. They're not wanting to do anything with government. And so,
Yep.
you know, there's limited things that we can do for those. And then that goes up in different steps, all the way to where you see a CEO of a company or a businessman or something that, you know, for whatever reason, stress reliever or peer pressure or whatever, takes a drink or does a line of cocaine or whatever the case may be, and then all of a sudden they become addicted, and then at that point it is just downhill for them, and then ultimately they lose their family, they lose their jobs, they lose their positions, they lose their possessions, and then they wind up on the street. And so sometimes you can help those people get back to where they need to be and where they want to be. But yeah, the pride thing is a real problem. So going full circle back to that, we're seeing a lot more ladies come in with small children, and those are the ones that, more than anything, they're wanting their children to be taken care of, they're wanting their family to be fed, and so we're seeing a lot of that. So they're, you know, if it's me by myself, I'm going to be prideful. I'm going to, no, I don't need any help. But then you see me with a little kid, I want to take care of my kids.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to lose all of that. You don't have to feed me, but please help my kids. And so that's kind of what we're seeing. But to answer your question, yes, we're seeing that, you know, sometimes the hand up, and instead of a, you know, I don't want a hand out, I just want a hand up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you know what, the other side of that is too, is we see so many people right now that are so grateful. I saw a gentleman walking down the road just yesterday. I had my windows down. It was a nice day, had my windows down, and you know, he's walking down the road and he sees me driving by and just throws his hand, "Hey, Mr. Drayton, I love you. Thank you for what you guys do at Ministry Village. I really appreciate it." And you know, that just at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. So
it's funny, you know, it's funny on a couple of different levels, but every now and then I'll run over to the Whataburger for breakfast before I come into the office. And there's a young lady that had one of our very first women that came through our overnight shelter services. Shortly after joining the program, she got the job at Whataburger, and she's been there for quite a number of months. Actually, she's been over there more than a year, and she's always quick to come out to talk to me and say hello and thank me for all the different things. And then she lets me know, she's like, "Will you please tell your wife that I said hello?" And I'm like, "How do you know my wife?"
yeah.
She thinks I'm Jason. And so Melissa, Jason's
Yeah.
wife, has
gotcha.
been very instrumental
Yeah.
in volunteering at
Sure.
our women's overnight selfless service. And so I think she knows that I'm not Jason anymore.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah,
over there a few extra
yeah.
times, but just to see that transformation for her.
Absolutely.
She didn't have the job when she first came to us. She was homeless, obviously,
Yeah.
but now she has a sustainable home.
Absolutely.
She has a job that she is thriving in.
Isn't that amazing?
She may have even gotten an award for being a great employee for a month. I think that's what she was sharing with me.
Yeah.
But it's those opportunities that we get exposed to that kind of overshadows all
Absolutely.
the tough things that we have,
Day,
the
that
bad
makes
days,
a bad day a good day.
the stormy weathers that we
Yeah.
have to, and so I have a very transparent, open door policy, and so I expect anybody and everybody to come talk to me
Sure.
if they want. Some don't,
Yeah.
for obvious reasons.
Right.
But I encourage it, and Squire that was here before you, and he would always stop me, always say thank you, and just share some updates in his life. And he's actually joining our addiction recovery program, but he's going to do it from Mobile because he's so entrenched in the groups over here.
Absolutely.
And not everybody that comes to the mission is necessarily looking for life transformation, like you
Right.
said earlier.
Yep.
And so, but they could be a bad anchor.
Yes.
You don't
That's
need
right.
you don't need that. You don't
Yeah.
need to get it, out of your addiction or anything like that. And that's just not the case for this guy. He's made the decision, and so we're going to put him over in Mobile, and so he can start fresh.
Yeah.
Whole new group of guys to lean into, and
He needs to get away from those crab friends.
yes,
The crab friend that just reaches up and pulls you down every time you try to get
Sure.
out of the trap.
Oh, yeah.
They're reaching up there pulling you down. So I always call those crab friends. Get away from your crab friends. Play things, play places, and play people. You got to change all three of those.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but the great thing about that is that you guys do have a facility that's not close to here, relatively speaking, and you have the opportunity that you can do that. You saw me wave just a minute ago. There was a young lady that walked by that was actually in our program. And it wasn't a perfect fit for her. And so now she's here with you guys going through y'all's program. And, she smiled and waved. I saw her a few days ago.
Nice.
And so we make those relationships. We can't help everyone. It's kind of like the old scenario about the starfish and the little kids throwing all the starfish back in the water that's washed up on the beach. And the dad says, "Son, you can't save all of them." And he picks one up and he throws it back. And he says, "Yeah, Dad, but I saved that one." It's that kind of scenario. So
Absolutely.
we can't save everyone, but
No,
man, we can sure make a good dent in it, can't we?
but we
can make an impression anyway.
but we have to try to save them all,
That's exactly right.
because you don't know when
You
it's
never
going to be.
know.
I
You never know.
some people sometimes knock us for sharing the gospel.
That's right.
Three times a day,
Yeah.
7 days a week.
Yeah,
And I say to them very simply, I said, well, that's just who we are.
that's right.
And not everybody is required to go to chapel.
Yeah,
It's certainly encouraged, but a lot of times we get knocked in the community that we make everybody have to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior before we'll feed them or give them clothes or anything like that. And I'm like, that's absolutely absurd.
yeah, that's not the
I
case
said,
at all.
but we do offer that,
Right.
in what we do. And so, we have had people that have come to us in really, really poor circumstances, and they have left on really poor circumstances. But I can take, comfort in knowing that we at least shared the
did
gospel
everything. Yes,
while they were here, just in case that was the one time they needed.
That's right. Absolutely.
Just in case.
Absolutely.
And so, from even the get-go, I have always encouraged the ministry team. I said, whatever we do, be sure to do it with the gospel.
Absolutely.
Share the gospel, share the word,
Yeah,
give them a reason to say yes.
that's exactly right.
And so I think our teams do a fantastic job. I've had an opportunity to meet a lot of your team members, and they just go out of their way,
Absolutely.
and so that's a great place to be in from a leadership
It is.
perspective.
It really is. Yeah, we have an amazing team, by the way. I'm just going to put a shout out to my ministry
Absolutely.
village team. They are doing phenomenal.
I did it first, though.
You did.
I'm
So
good.
I'm just following on your footsteps there. But yeah, we have a phenomenal team at Ministry Village. We really do.
And it's because they do it because it's
love to
a
do it.
greater calling for
They
their
love to do
lives.
it. Absolutely.
And
They love to do it.
and I had an opportunity to share this thought just last week. Actually, I said, having something bigger than yourself
Yes.
is so critical. You hear all these stories about people that just don't hate, or they just hate their jobs and they don't want to do it anymore. What if you love your job?
Yeah.
And if you hate your job, why aren't you changing your job?
Yeah.
and so many people get into a rut. And we have days. Everybody has days.
Absolutely.
Obviously, there's
We
no
talk about those days sometimes.
Absolutely, we do. We do. Thankfully, we won't get into it right now. But when you work for something greater than yourself, those harsh days are usually short-lived.
That's exactly right.
Because there's almost always that moment where you're yelled at on the side of the road. Hey, how you doing? Great job. The lady coming up to me.
Yeah.
And saying thank you for what you guys do. And I said, we're just trying to do as much as we possibly can.
Yeah.
But
isn't it cool that sometimes when those happen, it's on that bad day, when you're having that bad day, and then that one person,
God
Lord
knows.
just puts that person in your life.
Oh, yeah.
And to just give you that affirmation and the satisfaction to know that you really have done as Jesus says in Matthew, that you've done to the least of these.
Absolutely.
And just so many times, a lot of folks just want to be treated as human. And too many times they're just not. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. That's actually a great point that you brought up, because one of the things I shared earlier was what was really the spark for the Arukah Respite Center. I know I've shared the story with you, but treating the woman that I found on our walkway right up in front of our building. Yeah. Just laid out on the hard concrete. First of all, that was heartbreaking enough, but just the circumstances surrounding that was even worse.
Right.
That they were just like out of sight,
absolutely,
out of mind.
Yep.
That healthcare facility.
It's not my problem now. That's the way they look at it. Yes, not
my issue.
Push them over here, so it's somebody else's
and I'm
problem.
like, we can't look at individuals with these kind of situations as less than.
That's exactly right.
And we have to have respect for everyone.
Yeah.
It's imperative. It doesn't even matter if they're being disrespectful to you.
That's right.
You still have to respect them, because that's what you're supposed to do.
That's right.
I mean, it's not a hard thing to understand.
Absolutely.
But some days it's hard. Obviously,
it is. There are days that it's hard. Yeah.
Those are the days where I call you up and say, "You want to go grab some lunch?"
That's right. Yeah. I need some debriefing. I need a debrief.
If you had a nickel for every time I called you for lunch, you'd have at least $5.
Oh man, it's good stuff though. It's amazing. Just want to say thank you guys here at Waterfront for all that you do for the community, and being a great partner with us at Ministry Village, and especially through Care's House.
And it will continue, obviously.
It will absolutely, and even grow. But yeah, just amazing things.
It's imperative
in the community. It's just really good stuff happening.
Absolutely.
You ever think about what if these places like what you do and what I do, what if they were not here? What would the city and the county do? Oh, never mind. Let's erase. Can we erase that?
No, this is live stream.
Well, it's amazing. I don't know that some of the community leaders that's not heavily involved, that they really know what we do on a day. Not necessarily you and I, but the ministries and Waterfront and Ministry Village as a whole, and others. There's so many others out there that do just a great job.
Well, it's out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
Most people don't have someone in their life that's suffering from addiction.
That's right. Yeah.
Most people don't know anybody that's homeless.
Yeah.
And until you have some sort of personal connection, you really might not even know.
That's true.
And so, you and that goes for our elected officials as well.
Absolutely.
They could be brought a situation about homelessness, but until they really see it firsthand, it just doesn't really hit home the way it does or the way it should. And that's the case. That's part of the reason why we constantly reach out to our county commissioners, the city council. We have some tremendous friends.
We do, yes.
I won't name them all because I'm sure I'll forget one, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But we know who is working with us.
Absolutely.
And
those are
and
great
we need them.
partnerships. Absolutely, we do need.
We absolutely need them.
Yeah.
We can't do this alone.
There's no way.
That's why it's so imperative to have the relationships like we have with Ministry Village and have with the county commissioners and the city council.
Yeah, really good.
And the sheriff's department, for goodness sakes, and Pensacola PD. I mean, I could just name off Travis Hopkins, Liz Kissel from the county.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so many individuals that support us through their work with the county or the city governments that, we really are, thankful for everything that they do for us. And so, it's just a matter of coordinating our efforts.
That's right.
So we don't duplicate services.
Yeah. And, I think you kind of mentioned it earlier too. There's so many that just don't know what the needs are and what we do. But you're exactly right. We just not only community partners like the nonprofits that you and I are involved with, and that are in our community. When I say community, our partnerships and relationships, but the county, the city, and even on the state level, there's a lot of folks now that are really hearing what we're doing and seeing what we're doing and jumping on board with it.
Absolutely.
So that's exciting. I'm really excited about it.
That reminds me, I need to call Michel Salzman.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Is she not coming tonight?
Is she on? I don't know.
That would be great if she was.
I think she may be on the calendar. I just haven't gone. It's such a Lexi printed it out in such a
like 2:00 in the morning, right?
I'll be. Those are going to be some fun conversations. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
She actually might be on the calendar, but it's such a small font that I really can't see it. I mean, if it was in 64 Times New Roman, I'd be okay.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's not, so I have to rely on Lexi.
Look like an eye chart.
An eye.
I'm there.
If it's in the E section,
That's right.
I'm totally good.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
well, so let me ask you another question,
Yeah.
Drayton. Just on a personal level, and I know this is going to be asked of me, and it may have already been asked of me, but what do you get out of it personally?
Out of what I do with Ministry Village, oh man, again, I think I would just go back to even on those really hard days, you get that note on your desk, or you get that, hey, Mr. Drayton, thank you for what you do. Look at what I've accomplished. We had, Nikki is, she's the director of our CARES house right now and doing a phenomenal job with that.
Yeah.
And I was listening to, I was eavesdropping a little bit, and one of the ladies came in there and said, guess how I did. She's taking a college class now, so we're pretty excited about that. Guess how I'm doing and what I made. So because of the college, they're going through city vision right now.
Okay.
So she's finished. She just finished up, and she made an 85. And that was, I didn't say anything to her. She was talking with Nikki, but I heard that conversation. But Clay, it almost brought me to tears.
Absolutely.
Because this is someone who's just struggled.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go into details, and certainly going to mention any names, but a young lady that struggled, that's had some letdowns, some disappointments, and for her to come in there and finish, some college classes with an 85, that was phenomenal.
That's awesome.
And so that's what I really like about it is, and what really gets me up in the morning is just knowing that we're going to make it, going back full circle again to kind of like the starfish conversation. If we can make a difference in that one person, if we change just one life, if we can share the gospel with just one person and them come to know Jesus Christ,
Absolutely.
if they can finish, get a GED or a college education, or even get a job. Clay, we had one lady that she's 40-ish, and before she come into our program, she had never had an income tax return. She'd never filled out an income tax.
Oh, wow.
And she's in the 40-ish range in age. And just to see that now, that very productive, very amazing, brilliant young lady doing everything, it's just amazing. So that really is, it's just, you can't put an amount of money on that. That's what I really love, is to see those wins. You don't always get those wins, but when you do, man, and they're often, but it's not always. It's not every person, but when you get those wins, that's why I do what I do. That's why I love where I am, and just seeing how the Lord's working in people's lives.
All right.
That's it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what I love.
Just to be a part of it.
Just to be a little part, a tiny part of it.
And I'm going to plug you for just a minute, because I remember we started talking very early in your stint over at Ministry Village, and I'd only been in this role for probably less than a year, I think. Mm-hmm. And so we were both very new to these roles. Yeah. But to see the transformation of Ministry Village from when you took it over to where it is today, I can't even imagine the inroads you'll make over the next 15, 20 years.
Well, I'll just go back again and say we have got an amazing team. It is not me. we're getting ready for our clay shoot on not you. We're not going to shoot you. Let me rephrase that. We're going to our pigeon shoot.
Security.
Our pigeon shoot. We're going to have our clay pigeon.
I'm
shoot.
actually going to be there.
That'll be great. If you're not tired, yeah.
Provided I don't. Provided I wake up.
That's our annual event, and it seems like in the past years, it's just you got to go. And this year, I was actually, before I left the office earlier, I was like, I don't know what to do. I told Jason this earlier. I was like, I don't know what to do because our team has taken care of everything. They have done everything. And what's really exciting about that, Clay, is when I say team, some of those ladies, quite a few of the ladies actually, that work for us and that have made that happen, have been through our program. So to see these ladies from way down here, and then they're up here and they're doing administrative type work, they're making sure that everything's taken care of for Saturday. And on the way down here, I called my wife and I said, I don't know if I'm excited or confused. I don't know what kind of state I'm in right now because I didn't have to do it all. We've got such a great team. So it is not me. I take absolutely zero credit for. I'm just going to tell you, my team keeps me straight and they tell me what I need to do. So that I do. I mean, I love my team. It's an amazing team, and it's a great opportunity to serve along beside those.
I absolutely can relate to you on that.
Yeah.
We have a fantastic team. They constantly
Except
step
for that
up.
one guy, right?
Oh,
Just
well.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh, that guy over there?
Oh, there he is. Oh, my goodness. Did I say that out loud? I love you, man. Wow.
We'll have to wait till the camera's off.
We'll have to. Yeah, I do love that guy, though. He's amazing.
No, but, none of us are perfect.
No, absolutely.
And so, God can use imperfect people for a perfect cause.
Absolutely.
And so it's just one thing after another that totally amazes me about our team.
Yeah.
From our ministry team to our administrative team to our retail team.
Yeah.
It boggles my mind. Now you and I probably came from a generation where you just did extra.
That's right.
It was expected.
Absolutely, yeah.
But not required.
That's right. Yeah.
And so I come across that all the time. Poor Lexi, I've been probably running her ragged with all the different logistical things, and she's just taking it on like a champ. Plus, she made me oatmeal raisin cookies. But I've been also handing her to make me oatmeal raisin cookies for like 3 years.
Okay. And she did it today.
She finally did it.
She brought them today. That's awesome.
So maybe I should have threatened her job, longer, long time ago. They were very good, by the way. I had one. And she's like, do you want me to leave these out here for everybody else? I'm like, no, these are mine.
Absolutely. Bring the teacher an apple, right?
Exactly. But again, we both have great teams.
We do,
and
absolutely.
we couldn't do it without,
Absolutely not.
And our teams is much more than just the individuals that you work with on a daily basis. It includes our board of directors.
Yeah.
It includes our volunteers, our donors, our supporters. It is truly a team effort, but your team is way more bigger than the people that are just getting paid through your payroll process. It's the people that help you process your payroll.
Right.
It's the people that do your social media, like Appleyard, Duncan McCall agency. I can't say enough things about Dick and Carolyn, who have been relentless in supporting the mission.
Right.
And then of course the county folks, Travis Tompkins and Liz Kissel, huge supporters of what we do.
Everybody.
It does. It truly does take everybody. And so very excited about it. I'm starting to feel a little bit of a decrease in the amount of heat.
Yeah,
I think the sun is going down, which is good.
Because it's not reflecting off my head anymore since it's gone by. So, you're getting a little sunburn there off the top of my head.
I could use a little sun. I'm just saying. You shared your clay shoot coming up, which again, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be out there.
Yeah, great.
Looking forward to seeing everybody.
That's always a fun event.
It really is. You guys put so much time and effort into it, and who doesn't like shooting clay?
That's right.
Clay
absolutely.
things. It's fun.
Yeah.
I may even hit the range while I'm there. So, is there anything else on your radar that Ministry Village is working on that relates?
Yeah, actually, it is. We're super excited. Again, going back to county and state, the opioid abatement
Oh, yes.
is going on now, so they're in process of doing that again. Last year, we were awarded some of that funding, so that's part of the new CARES house that we're going to be building is coming from that. So that'll be able to give us, a good amount of ladies to be able to be in that part of it. And then also, I'm really excited because this just happened yesterday. We finally got the geotech report, and then we'll start on our development order for that. So that's happening. So I need to tell Liz that that's going on. And then again, I mentioned earlier our new Tender Hearts Caring Hands building, and that'll be in conjunction in the same building as our thrift store.
Very nice.
Those are really great. I'm really excited about. I'm super excited about both of those, and that's been a working process for a while. But one of the things that I'm excited about as well is. We just finished out above our daycare center, just finished out, and you talk about community partners, man, we've had contractors step up and individuals and volunteers step up. The upstairs portion of our daycare, we've changed that into a learning center for our ladies that are going through their classes. They were doing, most of the time it was in a small, like a living room type area, sitting in couch. It was just not conducive to learning. So we just finished that top portion out, just opened it up this week. Still getting some of the AV stuff hooked up, but that's phenomenal right there, just to see how we're going to be able to help those ladies in a learning environment even more so.
So on your new building, have you got a groundbreaking scheduled for that?
We're going to schedule that as soon as I get all of these development orders and those type of things.
Please let me know. We'll have a large contingency of waterfront people there.
That'd be great. Yeah, I'll give you
sharing that celebration.
An old shovel to help me dig that hole. Right? That's what they do.
As long as it starts to feel like the fall.
Yeah.
We're obviously neck deep in fall, but
the fall for
it's
sure.
definitely not fall weather. So
absolutely.
Well, Drayton, brother.
No, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Always fun to talk to you.
Is this your next contestant on The Price is Right?
I think so.
I'm gonna tell you, I love her. She's great. She's awesome.
How do you know? How do you know?
That's who I was talking about earlier.
So can I trouble you? Could I sit on that side now? Because I got to shift a little bit. I think.
So you doing good?
Oh.
Hey, thank you again. Love you, brother.
Love you too, sir. Here, don't forget.
I'm happily married, but in a man way, I love you.
Come on in.
How are you?
Good. Yes, I got a job.
Good. Good deal.
Very fun.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Good.
So introduce yourself to the community at large.
My name is Samantha Frazier, and I'm in the Working Homeless program. And it's been great.
Okay.
Well,
Samantha, when did you come to Waterfront?
I think it's been like a month.
Only a month. Okay. Seems like I've seen you around much longer than a month. Did you start coming through Day Resources, or how did you get here?
I was in the CARES house.
Okay.
And, just got my mind right. It's like a recovery program. They have a lot of therapy and stuff that you need, and so you can get to know God better.
Okay.
Because, He's the only way.
Okay. Well, so as you were walking up, you said you got a new job?
Yes.
Where are you working?
At Popeyes.
Nice.
Yes.
Very nice. You love the chicken at Popeyes. I had Popeyes just the other night, actually. So it's very nice.
Yes.
Very good. So, so tell me a little bit about your month with Waterfront.
It's been great. You all work at your own pace, especially in the program. They just want you to rehabilitate yourself and advocate for yourself and grow so you can get back into the community.
Absolutely. And that's actually a very good point that you bring up. You need to be an advocate for yourself.
Yes.
Because sometimes you don't have someone being an advocate, but one of the things I can say about Waterfront is that everybody that works here is an advocate for every client that ever comes through our doors, every guest that comes through our doors, because that's just what we're trying to accomplish. So, but the fact that they're teaching you to be an advocate for yourself, you got to stand up for yourself and look out for number one.
Yep.
That's very important as well. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
So awesome.
I actually have a question.
You do? Okay.
What motivates you to come into these homeless communities and do what you do?
Well, so obviously having a conversation with Samantha is part of the motivation. Drayton and I touched on it just a brief moment ago, but being a part of something bigger than yourself can be so fulfilling and so rewarding. I kind of relate it back to my own family life. So my older brother, Randy, he passed away in 2016. He had Down syndrome. But my parents never treated him any different than any of us kids. And so, but because he was different, we were constantly at Royal Palm School, which was the school that he went through. We were at the Special Olympics. We were at all the functions. It was just ingrained in us at a very young age to give back, and so I feel like my time with my brother, and I think my sisters would attest to this as well, taught me to be a servant leader. Just doing something for someone else, just for no other reason but to do it.
And it makes you feel great about yourself.
It really, but at a young age, it was just ingrained in us, that was, the thing to do. And my brother Randy was so incredibly fun. He would dance at the drop of a hat, and he'd make sometimes some questionable comments towards you,
Wow.
but we all got used to that. I could spend hours talking about my brother Randy, but I feel like growing up with my brother Randy, being that he was in the situation he was in, made me the man I am today.
That's amazing.
And I feel like I don't give enough credit to God placing him in my life, but that was truly a God thing.
Amen.
And he was, of course, here way before my sisters and I. He's the oldest, or was the oldest, I should say. But if anybody ever has an opportunity to volunteer at a Special Olympic event or at an organization that helps, like Art Gateway here. Actually, we have a really good community partnership with Art Gateway, who help individuals with learning disabilities and such like that. It truly can be very rewarding.
Yes.
Very rewarding.
I can agree with you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes. It was amazing. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, but God bless you.
Oh,
and that
thank
was
you.
great. I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you.
But God puts people in our lives so we become the people we become. And I
Absolutely.
believe that as well.
Sometimes they're there for a long time. Sometimes they're not there for a very long time at all. But every person that comes into your life is there for a reason.
Yeah.
And it's preordained. God has set that path for you. And
Yeah.
it's fun to look back at your life and say, good Lord, that was awesome. If this didn't happen, then this wouldn't have happened, and this wouldn't have happened. And you start to see God's plan unfolded for you the way it did. And you can just take, really good comfort in knowing that his plan is always in place.
Always.
And so just keep your eyes focused
Yes,
on
sir.
your
Thank you.
relationship with Jesus Christ and the Lord, and you should be good.
Best thing ever.
Well, thank you so much for sitting down
you.
with me. I really appreciate it. And
You're welcome.
good luck with your new job, and
Thank you.
good luck with your program.
Thank you.
All
God
right.
bless you.
God bless you. Okay. Chef Pam?
So I love her.
Chef Pam. I'm actually doing pretty good so far. I'm actually enjoying myself. There's been some really good. So you have to hold the mic. Oh, you got a lot of questions, don't you? I thought you were joking about the questions earlier. Oh no.
Is this on?
It is on, but you can't hear it because it's in the office.
Oh, okay.
So that, but everybody that's watching the live stream, all 4 people are able to hear what we're saying.
All 4 of them. Okay. Okay. So,
Well, hold on. Before you get into the questions, introduce yourself and what you do here at the mission. And
my name is Chef Pam Scharfenberg. I'm the food service manager here at Waterfront Mission.
more than that, you know that.
I know.
Okay.
I know. That's what's on my business card.
Okay. We'll go with
go
that
with
for
that.
now. Sure.
So I have some questions.
Okay.
Okay. First, what role does local partnerships play in the success of our mission?
Oh my goodness. It's imperative, quite frankly. I mean, from food donations from community partners in that respect to organizations that we work with, like Drayton Smith and Karis House, we are able to collaborate on very similar goals that we have, helping overcome addiction being the one that comes to mind. But I mean, we have partnerships with local healthcare. Community Health Northwest Florida has a clinic on our campus so that we can offer some basic health care to individuals coming up our walkway. I'm sure I'll miss a few people, but the churches. Later tonight, we're going to see Pastor Tim Fox from Jubilee Church. He hosted one of our addiction recovery programs a couple programs ago. Pastor Godfrey from Marcus Point. So quite frankly, they're all necessities for us in order for us to do it. And of course, our volunteers, our donors, the organizations that work with us, the county, the county commissioners, the city council people. It takes a village to raise a family, and so if we're gonna have a deep and honest conversation about homelessness and addiction, we need to have more conversations like this. They're just very candid, very organic, and just let them flow. And sooner or later, we're going to find common ground, and that way we can then start to help maybe move the needle on whatever issue that you're going to be working on, whether addiction or homelessness or something in between.
I agree.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It makes perfect sense. And you're right. I mean, just from the kitchen standpoint of all the food that flows into us here and the things that are donated, it just makes the kitchen work a little bit easier because we're not stressing over food and things like that all the time. So we really appreciate the people organizations that we work with that donate to us. It's a big deal.
I mentioned earlier the couple of donations that we've already received from the organization Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints. 2 18-wheeler truckloads worth of non-perishable food items. Talk about something that sizable. I mean, how huge of an impact does that have with you trying to plan meals? And then let me just point out for the audience that in 2024, we served over 180,000 meals between our two missions in the course of 12 months. That's huge.
It is huge.
So how does that impact you?
It has a large impact on us. It's when we get those dry goods and dry storage items like that, your rice and your pastas and things like that, it really stretches the food budget. It's things that I would have purchased anyway with my food budget, but when those items come in, some of that stuff will last us for a year or more.
That's awesome.
And so it's things that we don't have to spend our money on. We can concentrate on purchasing different items to help kind of stretch the budget a little bit.
Of course.
And
I appreciate that.
Yes, I know you do. I'll be asking for more money next year. No, but it has a huge impact. And the fact that we can share with the Kitchen Overmobile is a big deal.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so that helps them as well. And so the biggest issue we have all that is where to put it when it comes in. And we've worked out some things with the kitchen storage and warehouse. And so
that's a good problem to have, though.
Yeah, it is a good problem to have. And so the food's protected, and we're just going to keep using it till it's gone.
Absolutely.
Or we get some more.
Probably both.
Yeah.
Probably both. That's awesome.
I lost my questions here. Give me a second.
Uh-oh.
I know. I know one of the questions was, there it is, was how do you balance compassionate ministry work with a business aspect of a nonprofit?
Well, most people would find that question difficult to answer, but it's really not difficult to answer. You can be compassionate in everything you do, but still being accountable to certain things. So financial accountability is one of my chief financial strategic imperatives. The board requires it, of course, but I also require it. I mean, and I've said it throughout the start of this event. We have to be good stewards of the dollars and the in-kind donations that people have entrusted with us.
Absolutely.
They expect it to go to great things, and so. When we spend, or we produce 180,000 meals, or a couple 100,000 nights of shelter, and we help people get permanent housing, or statements of faith for those individuals that find that here, that's super important. So it's not hard, it's just about your expectations. What do you expect? If you don't expect much, guess what? You're going to get it. But if you expect a lot, even if you don't get it all, you're still going to be a lot better off than where you were. So, the old saying about, shoot for the moon, but if you miss hitting it, you're going to be up amongst the stars.
Right.
There's probably 100 different, analogies that I could cite right now. But being compassionate while being accountable to our financial budget and our donors' expectations is really not that difficult. We just do the right thing 1,000% of the time. Right?
Right.
So.
I like it. Okay. Whose responsibility is it to help the homeless population in our area?
All of ours. You know, I said it earlier, it'll probably be a reoccurring theme. Excuse me. You know, it's going to take all of us to truly move the needle. But we have to have these critical conversations in order to actually make a dent in it. One of the conversations I've been having with political figures in our area recently has been the unintended consequences of compassion or grace. You know, we have a group of individuals out in front of our mission over in Mobile, as well as out in front of our mission here in Pensacola, that they're not ready to make changes. And so their expectation is that someone's going to bring by food for them, or bring them clothes, or if they take a moment, as long as they haven't broken any of our rules, they can come up during day resources and get access to showers and stuff like that. So their expectations is that someone will constantly give them something. And that can be dangerous. You know, so it's all about the financial accountability, but also personal accountability. You have to hold these individuals to higher expectations, otherwise nothing will ever change. So for instance, you know, we have had conversations with local law enforcement, you know, talking about individuals, churches from other counties coming over and dropping off food for the individuals. Now, I'm not going to ever tell someone not to feed a hungry person. Right. That's not what I'm talking about. But the unintended consequence is once you drop that plate of food off, what happens to the trash? For our experiences, what happens to it is it usually finds its way into the street. Right. So the unintended consequence is that you're making a trash issue. The other one is when you stop in the middle of the road and pass out food, it now becomes a safety issue. Of course. If you ever spend any time on Herman Street, you know, cars fly up and down here all the time. I am absolutely floored at the fact that nobody's gotten hurt with people passing out things. But again, if it's on your heart to help them, then my suggestion would be partner with an organization like Waterfront and do it the right way. So we've started reaching out to these community partners about, you know, if you want to feed these individuals, come into our mission. We'll set it up. Sure. You can feed them 3 times on a Saturday. You can feed them 3 times on a Sunday if you'd like. You know, but then we can take care of the trash responsibly. Individuals coming up on our campus can then have access to the bathrooms and water, get out of the element. So there's a better way to do things. And so you got to be able to look through the storm that you're trying to get through, past the storm, and see what's on the horizon for you. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Okay. It does make sense. And I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with a gentleman across the street that was passing out food.
Yes.
And that was what I suggested to him. I gave him my business card, my contact information, so the next time you want to do this, I'd be happy if you'd come do it out of my kitchen.
Yeah, come out of the elements. I mean, I remember that day. It was blazing hot.
It was very hot.
And then we're not even touching base on the food safety. You know, how long have those to-go trays been out? You know, is there a spoil situation? Sure. You know, there could be an unintended consequence of them getting sick. Sure. You know, and so at least if you're doing it in a kitchen, an industrial size kitchen, you can make sure that the food quality is safe. Sure. You know, the temperatures and things of that nature. And then if there's leftovers, we can use that. If they're not, great. Yeah. But
even better.
That's all. Yeah. That's even always better. That's always another unintended consequence that I don't think people truly see.
Yeah. And we addressed that issue with him, and he was very open to working with us. So we'll see if that happens. Well, I would love it if it does.
I remember that gentleman. I mean, he had set up a buffet.
Sure.
And it's like there's no tent.
Yeah.
So the sun's just beating down on that food. Now, granted, you know, those that are hungry are going to come out of the woodwork. Sure. But, you know, doing it right there on the street corner is probably not the safest place to do it. And then we offer that extra security and comfort in our own facility. So, again, reaching out to community partners to try to partner with accomplishing the same goal.
Sure.
All right.
I got one last question.
Okay.
How do you keep your motivation on the hard days? Because we have really hard days here sometimes. It's tough. This is hard ministry.
So we just had the Akramarsa event this past week, and you know they asked me to speak on anchoring through the storms. And so the way I approached that was that I shared with them that they need to develop personal anchors, work anchors, and coping anchors. You know, so your personal anchors, obviously, again, the first and foremost personal anchor you have is your relationship with Jesus Christ.
Sure.
But then below that is your personal anchors. For me, is my wife Sandra and my daughter Katie. You know Katie. And then I have work anchors like Drayton and, you know, the gentleman that I work with, and Dana's on our executive team. So they're my work anchors as well. But then I also have to have coping anchors. Have you ever heard me tell people to take time, unplug, get away?
Yes.
I give you a hard time when you actually do it.
I know you do.
But I do encourage that.
Sure.
And that's something I have had to work on. But some of your coping anchors, like for me, I like to do woodworking, you know, and there's just nothing so satisfying as when you cut all your pieces and they actually fit together perfectly. Of course, that doesn't happen all the time, but, you know, it's still very stress reducing. I also like to shoot. I like to go to the range and shoot paper targets down range. And, you know, it's a very calming thing, quite frankly. And so you have to have those anchors in place. Will they always work? No, not always. Sometimes the day gets the better of you. I've had unfortunate incidences where I've let my emotions get a hold of me. And although I can confidently say that it doesn't always happen, but there's a handful of times where I wish I had that afternoon back. But I think it's because we want so much from this organization, because of the overarching goal of this organization is to help someone that's going through homelessness or addiction or maybe a food insecurity or just lost their housing. I mean, there's 100 different things that could have happened. And we're so very passionate about what we do. Sometimes we want it more than them. And so when things don't necessarily work out all the time, you know, your emotions sometimes will get the better of you. And that's something I have to work on, obviously, for myself. But I do it through my anchors. Like that?
To go home and contemplate on who my anchors are.
Well, Rusty is obviously your relationship anchor.
Obviously.
But is there anything you like to do to relieve stress?
I read.
Okay.
I read. Bible study. I like to bake bread.
Okay. I've never had a loaf of your bread in my office,
Well,
but that's
you know
okay.
what? I work full time, so it's hard for me to make time to make bread. But I've been playing with trying to get a sourdough starter going. It's just not working for me. My granddaughter and I have been playing with that.
Very
But
fun.
just to cook and to bake and to just
takes your mind
like
off
I do
things.
here. It does.
It's imperative for us to be able to unplug, you know, because, you know, this is a very emotionally intense job.
It is.
It doesn't matter which aspect you're in. Even the administration, they're bought into the mission, right? And they support you. They support the retail team. They support everybody. You know, I jokingly sometimes say that I'm the director of support services, because whatever the administrative team's primary function is to support you and the ministry teams and the retail teams. And so we want to make sure that you guys are helping yourselves and unplugging, because we obviously value your input and value your time and energy into the mission. And so we want to continue to have that for a long time. That's why I've told you can't retire.
We'll have to discuss that some other day.
Okay.
I'll give you till the end of the year at least.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
We'll make it through the holidays.
as long as I have enough time to truly be good with it, that'd be helpful.
I just keep telling people whenever the Lord tells me I'm done, and you can't argue with that.
Cannot
So,
argue. I will not argue with that at all. Of course not.
Well, it won't be before the end of the year, I hope.
Well, certainly not before Thanksgiving.
Oh no, we're already on that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Well, before you have to skedaddle, tell me a little bit about the prep. I know it's immense. We talk about this every year. You guys start prepping for Thanksgiving months in advance. Tell me a little bit about that, because I don't think our community truly understands what's involved in providing over 1,500 to 2,000 meals on one day.
So the biggest prep for that whole Thanksgiving or Christmas is the turkeys and or the hams. We do turkeys for Thanksgiving, ham for Christmas.
Of course.
And so we'll cook anywhere between 120 and 140 turkeys. So we've already started.
Nice.
We're a quarter of the way through. So what we do is we cook our turkeys. We just shred them off the bone, put them in our disposable pans with the gravy and juice on top of it, put them in the freezer. And then the week before we get ready to start serving. We pull all that out and start thawing it out safely.
Of course.
And then we start working on our sides, and we'll have volunteers that will come in and fill the little cranberry cups to get those all ready. But you're looking at right around 1,000 meals that will go out the door that week, and then the 400 meals or so that we'll serve here in the dining room on the day of Thanksgiving, and then we do the same thing for Christmas.
We were closed down for a couple of Thanksgivings due to COVID. You remember that little
I do.
thing? Okay.
I do remember that.
And I remember the excitement in the team that first Thanksgiving outside of the COVID lockdowns and stuff, where we were like, hey, and I want to say that we did just over 500 meals just in Pensacola. That didn't actually include the Mobile mission. So it was more rewarding, I think, for the team to be able to do that.
Oh, absolutely.
Than even the people coming up for the Thanksgiving meal.
Absolutely. So. I have a 14-year-old grandson that lives here in the area, and every year since he was 7 or 8 years old, comes in on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day and helps serve.
That's awesome.
It is awesome. And so he told me last year that, Waterfront feels like his family. And so it's important for me to have, my grandchildren see service to other people instead of just serving themselves. And so it just makes my heart happy.
Developing the next generation of servant leaders.
Absolutely.
Being a part of something bigger than yourself is so key to development of our young people.
Yeah.
And it sometimes gets missed in this electronic world that we live in.
It does. Yeah. So I'm very proud of the fact that he wants to come here and serve.
That's awesome. I need to see him the next time he's here.
He'll be in on Thanksgiving or Christmas, whichever, but he'll be here.
Okay. I think I met
You
him
met
last year. Yeah,
yeah.
that's right. Okay. That's awesome.
In fact, last year I had my son and my grandson, my son's ex-wife and her fiance who were working with us all, and my mother-in-law and sister-in-law from Denver.
I do remember that actually.
So we had the whole family in here at Waterfront serving. So
and you didn't even have to bark orders at them. They just knew they had.
They just knew what they needed to do.
They knew how to toe the line.
They knew what they needed to do. So it was awesome.
Well, thank you for your service. You didn't touch on it, but I know that you're a 30-year veteran of the Air Force.
Correct.
So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
But also thank you for your service to the mission. It is truly amazing how much you helped this organization.
Thank you.
I remember when you went away a couple of years ago for family issues, obviously. But the if you had to see my face when they said you were coming back, the amount of relief could not be communicated. You filled a hole before you left, but you filled a bigger hole when you came back.
I appreciate the support.
I try.
Don't make me cry.
Okay. Well, if you cry, I'll probably start crying. So we don't need none of that.
Okay. Well, I think it's my time is up here.
And honestly, Fredrick was sharing a story that he was getting emotional about earlier when we got things kicked off, and I'm like, I'm not going to make it if they're going to start making me cry at 23 hours and 30 minutes into this thing. And I'm like, we gotta pace ourselves.
Yeah. And save that for the dark hours in the middle of the night.
When our four viewers are watching us.
Yeah.
The ones that are like me and don't sleep through the night. Kind
Well,
of
that'll
thing.
give me something to do when I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll just
plug in.
see you sitting out here. Yeah.
Well,
all right. Well,
thank you again. Are we ready we're ready for the next person? Okay. Chef Pam, thank you again. You can just lay that in front of you. Thank you again so much.
You're welcome. All right.
Okay.
Good luck tonight.
I'll be going home tomorrow.
I know you will. I'll see you in the morning when I come in.
Yes, ma'am. Come say hello. All right. I recognize you. I think you've done that before, haven't you, sir?
I have indeed, yes.
Could you tell me your name again?
Rich Gray.
Rich Gray. Nice to meet you, Rich. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. We have very limited technology. You got to hold that close to your mouth. So Rich, first of all, thank you for agreeing to participate in our conversations on a bench. How about you introduce yourself to our viewing audience real quick?
Well, my name's Rich Gray. I'm a retired Navy and retired Walmart. And Just gotten to a point in life where I don't need the money.
Oh, wow. I hope to get to that point one day.
Fortunately, I'm well enough off. I can give. I haven't given hardly enough over the years. So I've decided to try to augment that and correct it and
Wow.
give what I can before.
Bless your heart, sir. Thank you. Mr. Gray, thank you for your service in the military, first of all.
Oh,
And thank you for your generous donation to the mission. How long have you been associated with the mission for a long period of time, or how did you come to meet us?
well, we've always gotten the Waterfront Mission Thanksgiving requests.
Sure.
And so I knew, and I've always known it's a good mission, you know, a good service to the people who are needy.
Well, we were actually just talking to Chef Pam, who's our kitchen manager,
Yes.
and we were talking about the huge influx of activity on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and the volunteers and the supporters, and they've already started cooking turkeys for Thanksgiving, and it's just now the 9th of October. So, you know, there's a lot of prep and planning, and, you know, but we're not able to do that without the support of individuals like you and all the hundreds of volunteers that help us do the prep, and then of course help us serve that population on Thanksgiving and Christmas. So thank you for that as well.
Well, it's a good cause. There's several good causes. I just came from Mana and
Oh yeah.
going to Salvation Army. I usually hit the Red Cross. So.
Okay. Wow, very generous, sir. So thank you very much.
Well, I accidentally got to a point where I didn't need all the money.
That's probably a good place to be,
Well,
quite frankly.
yeah, you know, most people, they don't realize you should pay yourself first and then pay your bills. And I've always been of that persuasion, set it up so all your bills get paid
Absolutely.
after you pay yourself first.
Yeah, a lot of individuals and families forget to take care of themselves first.
Yeah.
But that's great that you were able to take care of that in such a young age, and then it's paying dividends, no pun intended.
Over the years, it's worked.
Very nice. Well, is there anything you'd like to ask me?
Well, I didn't know you'd seen me before.
Oh, you have a very epic beard, sir.
Yeah.
I'm a connoisseur of beards, so definitely appreciate a good beard.
Yeah, I've had a little kid give me his Christmas list in front of his parents.
That's so funny. So if I may share a quick story for you. So when I was working in healthcare, they asked me to play Santa, and I think it was because I was really fat at the time. But I was able to do that first year, and it was one of the most rewarding things I'd ever been able to do. We were able to go to one of the local schools just around the corner, actually, and the kids just went nuts over Santa. And it was this big, drawn-out production, and they were just so sweet. And you know, one little boy was so funny. It was in one of their special needs classes. Some little girl came up. They were making cookies, decorating cookies, and so she brought me a cookie because, you know, Santa Claus had to have a cookie, right? And so this little boy saw this girl give her cookie to me, and so he brought his cookie. The only difference was that he had already taken a bite out of his cookie. But he was like, there's no way I'm letting Santa Claus get out of this room and not give him a cookie. And that was the sweetest thing. That was one of the sweetest things, I should say, that I experienced in that time. But since then, you know, we like to honor our team members for doing a great job throughout the year. And so I pass out Christmas gifts at the end of the year dressed as Santa these days. And so, I probably shouldn't have said that on TV. They probably think it's actually Santa Claus.
Well,
But so I understand where you're coming from with your beard.
as long as your ho 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 is good.
I got a pretty good ho ho ho. Yeah, it's got to be deep and loud. And so I usually, when I go to the various stores and the various locations, inevitably there's a young child there who's just like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and that's very rewarding in itself. So we have some pretty hot Decembers though, so I need to figure that out a little bit more. If we could get a little bit more cold, that would be even better.
That's good. That's good. So what do you do around here? You're in charge of this and everywhere else around here?
So I'm the president of the mission, and so I have been entrusted by the board of directors to ensure the future of the organization. So I oversee all the operations of our 2 missions, our 7 thrift stores, and our online store, as well as our recycling distribution center and all the other things that fall into that. So yes, I'm responsible for everything, good and bad.
Well, I may have to be throwing some clothes your way.
Okay. Well, so
My wife passed away
Oh.
a year and a half ago, and
Well,
she
I'm so
was
sorry.
a shopaholic, and I know I'm going to find dresses in that hers closet of hers. That,
Okay,
it wasn't his and hers.
I got you. Well,
Okay.
first of all, I'm sorry to hear that you lost your wife.
Well, it was expected. It was a decline over 6 or 7 years,
Mm-hmm.
so I wasn't surprised.
Okay. Well,
But
yeah.
anyway, I know there's going to be dresses with price tags on them, and I know I'm going to find shoes that she never wore because I trip over shoe boxes every time I go in there.
Well, be careful. But yeah, so I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have a very robust clothing closet, excuse me, here at the Pensacola mission as well as the Mobile mission. And so we've actually had some individuals donate similar situations where they lost a loved one, but they didn't want necessarily to go to the thrift store. So they've brought them straight to our clothing closet. And so if a lady or man presents with any kind of a need, shoes, socks, underwear, clothes, we have a very robust clothing closet that we can assist them with that situation for sure.
Sounds like fun.
We try on many different levels to provide as many different resources for the individuals that walk up our walkway for assistance. And honestly, if it wasn't for the generous support of individuals like yourself, we really couldn't be doing it as much as we are. We could still be doing it, but it just wouldn't be to the magnitude.
Yeah, it deserves to be done.
Amen. Amen. Well, sir, if you don't have any other questions,
I have no other questions.
Thank you again for your time and your support. I really do appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Hope to see you soon.
You probably will. I may make another stop before Thanksgiving.
Always welcome. Come on back. All right, sir.
I knew you'd say that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Who's? So we're just waiting right now for Mike Kelly to hurry up and get over here. So just whenever you're ready, Mike.
Hey, brother.
Hey, brother.
That's for you.
Oh, thank you. I'm actually going through a lot of water. It's all the talking, I guess.
See ya.
Oh, what do we got here?
Here's for you.
Oh, yeah. Definitely need those. Definitely. So
I'm picking up the mic.
yes, pick up the mic and keep it close. It's not as sensitive as you think it would be. So. So, Mike, I obviously know who you are. Do me a quick favor and introduce yourself to the tens of people that are watching. I'm sure there's plenty more than that.
Hey man, so my name is Mike Kelly, and I've been with Waterfront for 3 years and have the privilege of serving as Director of Recovery. So,
Well, good deal, sir. Well, so I have had an opportunity to briefly describe our addiction recovery program. Just to recap for anybody that didn't hear it earlier, we have a 9-month to a year addiction recovery program that's broken into 3 phases: recovery readiness, LifeBuilder, and then our career development. And we use that as an opportunity. I probably should mute that moving forward. But that being the case, where was it? Oh, so the addiction recovery program, 9 months to a year, 3 phases. We just recently had a graduation that was really good. When's our next graduation? It's in December?
mid-December.
Mid-December. Okay, so probably around the 15th, give or take.
Yep.
All right, well, that's exciting. And so from your perspective, what has been the most challenging aspect of leading the recovery team?
Retention of guys.
Okay.
We get guys in, they sometimes don't know what to expect, and they're coming in and they're structured,
Oh, yeah.
Whereas they have probably been in a place where there has been no structure. They may be out on the streets. We don't know where they're coming from sometimes.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden there's some structure. And then they, they're struggling with the fact that they cannot go back. They want whatever they were on. Whatever drug or whatever, they're struggling with that. And so trying to detox and things like that. So that has been a challenge.
Sure.
And to develop relationships to let the guys know that we do love them. It takes time. They haven't been loved before.
Sure.
Most of them at least. And so now they come in, we care for them, we want to love them, but it does take time for those relationships to be developed. So that's basically the biggest challenge that we face, is just trying to, make sure that the guys stay with us.
Okay. I remember the first class when we implemented the Genesis process. I was walking this very walkway right here, and I came across a young man that was in the program, and he stopped to say hello, and so we were talking. I said, "So how do you like the Genesis process?" And he's like, "Oh, I hate it." And I'm like, "Oh, goodness gracious, what did we just do? Did we do something bad? Did we invest in the wrong curriculum?" And he started to share with me, he said, "They got me thinking about stuff I hadn't thought about in years. Not since I was a kid." I said, "Well, hold on a second. Maybe that there's something to that. I mean, the Genesis process is designed, and you correct me if I'm wrong, to really delve deep below the surface to that trigger point in your life, whatever that could possibly be, that may have caused you to go towards that addiction." And I could see him thinking about that for just a moment. And then I think he was like, "Well, daggone, maybe."
Yeah.
And then he did graduate, and I believe he's doing well. Our aftercare, can be hit or miss with some gentlemen. They just go on and be successful. But we always tell them that you are always a part of the Waterfront family. So whenever you come back, if you come back with open arms.
Yeah. So the Genesis process, it does peel back the layers.
Like an onion.
Yeah. And it's like David asked the Lord to search my heart to see if there's any wicked thing within me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of folks don't want to do that because they don't want it exposed. So the Genesis is going to start from birth, going back to the beginning. So we're going to know what happened from 0 to 5.
Yeah.
Birth to 5, what happened? 6 to 10, what happened? So we go on up until where they are right now to figure out what happened along the way, to say, okay, here's where we need to back up to start talking about what happened, to see if we can correct this behavior.
Okay.
A lot of folks don't want to do that. I mean, even in church, I'm a pastor. Most people become offended before they become convicted. So nobody wants to be offended. Nobody wants their problems exposed to someone else,
Oh.
So that's what the Genesis process does. In fact, the Genesis process also does that to us as chaplains and counselors. As we're counseling, I tell the staff, I say, look, make sure that you're living up to this as well. So what happened in your life from birth to 5 and 6 to 10? And so we're also trying to make sure we abide by it as well, so that we're who we need to be to that person.
Well, I'm sure that's really instrumental in actually being able to counsel these individuals by you truly knowing what it's about.
Right.
Okay.
If it wasn't for the Genesis process, I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in right now.
Okay.
Reason being, I was, so I had applied for the position before as director, for a director position, and did not get the position at that time.
Okay.
So the position came back open again, and I was like, man, I'm not going to apply, But I was doing a counseling session because I was a recovery counselor. I was doing a counseling session on survival lies, projected lies, and false beliefs.
Okay.
So I'm telling myself, I'm not good enough for the job. I don't think I'm going to make it. So I'm telling myself a lie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a survival lie. So I'm counseling a guy on this, but at the same time, it's speaking to me. So I said, you know what? And it develops what we call a false belief.
Sure.
So I said, you know what? I'm falling into the same thing that I'm counseling on. So therefore, I had to abide by it. So I applied again, and here I am as director.
That's awesome. And I can say with 100% certainty that we made the right decision
Yeah,
to not hire you the first time. I'm joking, of course.
Well, it helped me because before that time, I had not been through the Genesis process and I was not counseling.
Okay.
So that was a great decision to now help me understand I needed that help. I needed that maturity in my life.
Sure.
You know? So I understand where he's coming from with the Genesis process.
Oh, yeah. I had the opportunity to talk to Drayton with Kara's house, who also uses the Genesis process, and he says very similar things, and it's really, truly a good. So obviously we have the Sheriff's Department just down the road, which is actually a blessing.
Yeah.
So anyways, I was speaking to Drayton about it, and he shared a lot of the same scenarios, that it's truly a very inward-looking program that is Christ-centered, of course.
Right.
But it does take some of the secular best practices as well, right?
So, you know, we talk about parts of the brain, the neocortex, the limbic system, and how, if I have this the right way, you know, the neo is pulling from the limbic system information, and, you know, how are you to respond and react based on what's happened to you. Well, we know that that's science, and we're trying to replace those things that are in the mind. Well, the Bible tells us in Romans chapter 12, there's a renewing of the mind. So science is just finding out what God has already put in place.
Isn't that always the case?
It's like, hey, we found out how the brain works. But God already told you that.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
and what needs to happen. So it's that renewing of the mind is basically what we're trying to do. Just replace, you know, those triggers and those thoughts and everything. So that's basically what we're doing with the Genesis process.
Very nice. Very nice. And so how does working in addiction recovery with, I'm actually not assuming, I know, most of the individuals that come into the program come from the streets. They're homeless at one point. How does that play a big part into their recovery?
Wow, that's a great question. So that's why we have what we call recovery readiness. That's the first phase.
Sure.
They have to get ready for recovery. They have to really figure out who they are, and we try to help them get to a point of normalization, I guess, if that's a good word to use, because these guys been on the streets. They really don't know how they should be, where they should be. So we have a 3-month period, give or take a few weeks, to where these guys can kind of be normalized, understand what it's like to sleep in a bed, understand what it's like to make a bed, understand what it's like to work, you know, so they have a job assignment. So we're trying to get them to a point of where they're normalized to be ready for recovery. We don't want to bring a guy in right away and send him through the Genesis process. The Genesis process is the second phase. They won't get to that till 3 months later. So, you know, that really helps them balance. And they have a chaplain that kind of helps them with that. So I think that's a key part of these guys, regardless of whatever background, where they're coming from. It just helps them as far as being normalized to get ready for recovery.
Right. Yeah. Just having to follow rules again is probably a big stickler for them. You know, because from my perspective, and of course I'm not a clinician, I'm certainly not a counselor, but from my observation, you know, being able to do what you want, when you want, whenever you want to, is very, excuse the pun, addictive. You know, you like to have that control in your life. And then so the Genesis process truly takes that away from them to a certain extent and shows them what true responsibility to themselves it. All right. Okay.
We try to establish truth. You know, what is truth? And so that they're not necessarily aligning themselves with rules. They're not aligning themselves on, you know, here's what I said to do. What is truth? Should your bed be made? That's that's truth. It should be made. This is how it should be made. That's truth. You establish yourself on truth, because we as counselors are not going to be with you the rest of your life.
No, right.
You're going to have to abide by truth.
Absolutely.
And so we want to establish that in their life, like what, because people sometimes just look at things, everything is relative. You know, so whatever they think, whatever they want to do, that's truth. No, that's not truth. So we just want to establish truth, the truth of the Word of God, the truth as to how the world works, the truth as how things need to be, and you abide by that truth and those standards, of course.
That's awesome. And that's got to be very difficult for each and every one of them.
But I will say this, I don't want to expose too much of myself. I feel like I'm going through the Genesis process. When I was 15 years old, I got arrested and I went to juvenile.
Okay.
I could not figure out why all of my friends kept going back to juvenile. I could not figure out, guys, why do y'all keep going? I mean, it's the same thing over and over and over again. You keep going back to juvenile. Why is that? So at 15, when I got arrested and went to juvenile, I knew why.
Why?
There was structure. And these kids at home had no structure and they had no love. Well, I wanted to get out because I had love and I had structure at home. And so when I got out, I did not go back. But when I went there, it was like we were loved on. The people cared for us. It was just so much structure. So I think that they were drawn to that.
Mm-hmm.
So once these men, if they're not, you know, completely rebellious, they get in here and then they start appreciating structure. There's been some instances where guys appreciated the front part, the front end. I would say the first phase, recovery readiness, so much, they did not want to move into the second phase. It's like, I don't want to leave. Because, again, they've never been loved on. They've never had structure. And they get over here and it's like, I don't want to go to the second phase. And we're trying to push them to encourage them to go to the second phase. Once they get to the second phase, same thing. Then it's like, they don't want to go to the third phase. So there's the love and the structure go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And many of them, again, if they're not completely rebellious, they really start appreciating it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now, so, you know, you and I have had conversations about where we see the program going over the next many years.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to see over the next many years from the addiction recovery program?
Oh, wow, you already know where I'm going with that, you know?
I wouldn't be in charge if I didn't know the answer to the questions I asked. Joking, of course.
Yeah, we want our own, you know, we just want to be on our own campus. And when I say on our own, we're one team.
Oh, absolutely.
We understand that. And we heavily depend on one another.
Mm-hmm.
But I think so many times the ministry of Waterfront, you know, we're a homeless shelter for men and women, and we understand it. And that's what we're known as.
Yep.
And sometimes the recovery part is kind of overshadowed by that. And I get it. And so a lot of folks really don't know much about it. So we feel like if we can kind of get out there and have our own campus, then it could be more identified as recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we want. That's going to be awesome for us. I can see it already. You know, I heard someone mention they had 40 acres. Yeah, I can see 40 acres.
Well, so it's I'm sure at no surprise that this has been something I've been looking at for a number of years. And part of the reason is twofold. And we touched base on this earlier, but when you're here and you're trying to get recovery,
Mm-hmm.
you're sometimes still surrounded by people who are not interested in recovery.
Absolutely.
And that can be a very bad sinking anchor, you know, a distraction even.
Yeah.
And so part of my my thoughts about having our own campus for addiction recovery would be that it would be this great, secluded, well manicured place where people can truly get into getting healthy, free from the distractions of what we do on a daily basis. And then from there, we could even expand the amount of time that they're in the program.
Yeah.
One of the things I learned very early is that the longer a person is in recovery program, the greater amount of success that he or she could have outside of the program. To your
Right.
point about structure,
Mhm.
you know, that's a routine. They love it. They thrive in those environments. And then when you set them out on their own 2 feet, it can sometimes resort back to non-structure.
Yeah.
And that's
yeah.
where your relapse comes from. So if we're able to take our 9-month to a year program and make it even a year and a half
Mhm.
or 2 years before we're asking them to transition to third phase, CDP, or whatever the case may be, then that gives them more or a greater chance of being successful outside of our watchful eyes.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've had some clients that have been with us for quite some time. We had a guy with us for a couple of years. You know, we actually are in the process of bringing one of the guys on staff as support staff in the rescue.
Very
And
nice.
so he's been with us for over a year or so, probably close to a year and a half. He's done very, very well. And so, yeah, I think it's a good thing. The longer we keep them, the better off they are. Obviously, you know, we don't want to spoil them, but through that time, we are still kind of getting them more and more acclimated to normalcy and going out and,
We're preparing them,
yeah.
you know, preparing them to stand on their own 2 feet.
Mhm.
Getting a little windy.
Yeah. It's better than being hot.
Actually, when I was leaving the office the other day, I ran into one of our graduates from a couple years ago, and I didn't recognize him. But then he said, "Hey, thanks, Clay," and I'm like, "I'm sorry," and we connected, and I'm like, "Oh, I remember you."
Uh-huh.
It's from like 2 summers ago, and he unfortunately lost his housing, but he felt comfortable enough to come back to Waterfront. You know, so even though he's still successful in his sobriety and his addiction recovery, he took the comment that we always make, and that once you're a part of the Waterfront family, you are always part of the Waterfront family. And so he found himself without proper housing, came straight to us.
Oh, wow.
I mean, how awesome is that?
That is,
I mean, it's not awesome that he had to go through that, but now he's got an opportunity to refocus, reset, and then figure out where that next step goes from here with the help of his family.
yeah, that's awesome that our arms are always open and they feel welcome.
Yes.
We went to a meeting today, my staff went to a meeting today at a church,
Okay.
and we drove a Waterfront van. And when we got out, we were walking to go inside. There was a gentleman standing there almost at attention. He says, "Guys, I saw the van." And there was 5 of us. And he stood there. He says, "I want to introduce myself." He says, "I'm so-and-so. I'm the groundskeeper here at this church. I graduated from your program 4 years ago." And that was just such an honor. It was encouraging. It was, and he just thought we were somebody's, you know?
You were either at Jubilee or Marcus Point.
No,
Really?
there is someone at Marcus Point who graduated from our program.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This was at Northridge.
Okay. Up
So,
on 9 Mile Road.
I had no idea. I met the guy over at Marcus Point. He was at our graduation,
Right.
but this was Northridge. Never seen. I mean, this. So, our influence, you know, it's just out there, and obviously, you know, glory goes to God.
Always.
But just with him allowing us to be a part of what he's doing, and to see someone such as that, to where when they see the Waterfront van pull up, they're not, you know, picking up stones. And some people may, but I'm just saying.
Well, and you know, we're the influence part outside of our area is obviously very prevalent. I think it was Drayton I was talking to it about, but you know, we were able to help this individual. He is probably now helping someone else.
Yeah. And just to say, and we get some clients to come and say, "Hey, why are you here?" Well, one of my relatives told me about Waterfront. They graduated from your program, and so they recommend it. And,
Sure.
And that's huge, you know, for us to hear something like that. So that's a huge blessing.
That is a huge blessing, and it really is. I've talked about this with several people so far about, you know, what gets you going, what motivates you, and it's moments like that that really kind of keep you going. I used to joke about I used to play golf. Well, I used to attempt to play golf.
I'm with you. I know.
And I mean, it was so bad Well, my first set of clubs was my dad's set, and they were actual woods, right? And so I'm out with some buddies out at Osceola on the west side of town, and just stinking up the place. And so I was, of course, very cocky at the time. I said, you know what? I'm going to tear up the back nine. And so we're on the ninth hole, or the 10th hole rather, and it's just a straight hole. I mean, you can't get into too much trouble. And so I decided to pull out my 3-wood, and I hit it, and I don't think it came 6 feet off the ground, but went straight down the middle of the fairway. Of course, my balls don't know where the middle of the fairway is. And so I told you, I'm talking trash. We get up there, I'm like, well, I'm 200 plus yards out. I'm going to hit my 3-wood again. And so I hit it again, and sweet sound, the sound you listen for. And then again, 6 feet off the ground, straight down and it's screaming towards the green. And so from where we were standing, I'm thinking, oh, okay, well, I just obviously overshot the green. So we get down there, I start looking behind the green, can't find my ball to save my life. And they're like, it's been too long, just drop. And I'm like, I don't want to take a penalty, So I ended up finally dropping, and then I chipped up, and then someone was going to man the pin, and they're like, Clay, what were you playing with? And I said, I think it was a Pinnacle 2. He's like, I think I found your ball. My ball was screaming straight for the pin, hit the stick, and went straight down. It was an eagle.
Oh my goodness.
And I used to joke, that one shot, or that one hole, I should say, kept me coming back. And so that's what I'm trying to say with our guys, is that we make that one connection, and it just allows them to keep coming back, because they know that in that connection, there's value for them.
Yeah.
There's trust, there's security, there's love. And I know I made it a weird, analogy with my golf's hole in one, or eagle, but it truly does represent what we do. It's like we just need to make that one shot with that one man or woman for the overnight services, and then that means they'll come back for more.
Everybody's looking for hope.
Amen.
And
Everybody
so
is, absolutely.
you keep going back because there's hope that you can do it again.
Agreed. I've since stopped playing golf for obvious reasons. Like way too expensive. If I want to just go looking for stuff because I can't find it, I don't need to pay for that.
That's right.
I can just go look for stuff in the woods or something like that, But so let me ask you, are there any questions you have for me?
Well, just, what do you like best about your job?
Well, believe it or not, even though we're starting to feel a little bit of rain on top of this tent, it's moments like this, when I get to participate in a much greater kind of event like this, I feel really connected to the team and the things that you do. Clearly, I'm not in your offices doing the counseling. I'm not at check-in. I'm not doing counseling on the mission. And so I get to really kind of feel like I'm participating in the great work that our teams are doing. That really is something that I enjoy, I had something, it's like, well, why would you do that?
Yeah.
I said, why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah.
David Patty's like, so how long are you going to be here? I said, 24 hours. He's like, 24 hours? I said, yeah. I said, have you not been paying attention to the emails going out? And he was amazed. He's like, why are you doing that? Like, because I have an opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
To share our story, share the stories of the individuals that have come up, the clients that have come up and shared their stories. Squire was here earlier. He's going over to Mobile. He's excited, beyond excited, and then Samantha came and shared her story. I mean, we've just been able to do a lot of great stuff for a lot of people. But sitting in my role, you don't let me come and do counseling for a reason. Right?
Absolutely.
Because that would make more work for you, and so it allows me to feel like I'm more part of the team. I mean, I know I'm a part of the team, and I help remove barriers for you guys to do what you do best. But this really truly lets me be a part of the team.
So why Waterfront?
It's a great question. So wasn't looking for it, not even remotely looking for it. I was in healthcare, as you probably know. And so two individuals that I will hear from both tomorrow, actually. I don't know how they got the primo spots on the calendar. I'll have to ask them about that. But I worked with both of them. Well, technically I worked with one, John Porter, and then Chris Kelly. His daughter and my daughter, Katie, were in school together, and that's how I met him. Both were board members here. And just coming out of the financial difficulties we had back in 2016, they started to look for additional board members, and both of them brought my name to the board as a potential candidate. And they thought, well, if these two guys think he's good, well, we'll just go ahead and bring him on. And so I spent about 4 years on the board, and I think it's partly because of I've always bought into servant leadership. You know, I shared the story earlier with Chef Pam about my brother Randy. Randy had Down syndrome, and from the very early go, you know, we were in the school, we were at the Special Olympics, we were doing stuff, we were volunteering, we were helping coach, you name it, we did it, my sisters and I. And so I think that really, you know, just burnt it onto my soul about helping others. And so Waterfront just seemed like the obvious next step. I was able to participate in the board membership for a while there. And then when they brought it to my attention that they were looking for a replacement for my predecessor, I'm like, no. I'm like, literally for over a month, I prayed about it and I thought about it. Didn't even share the opportunity with Katie and my wife, Sandra, because I wasn't sure. You know, I could see myself as an accountant, as a CFO maybe.
Right.
But CEO, president of the whole organization, wasn't even on my radar.
Right.
But I remember the night that I mentioned it to Katie and Sandra, and Katie was like, yeah, that's right. That tracks. You know, and then Sandra was like, yeah, of course. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah.
And there was they shut down after my interview. I was told they shut down the search and said, you're the guy.
Amen.
And so and I have been blessed ever since. I mean, I'm almost 5 years next March. And it's truly been super rewarding.
Yeah.
And it's given me an opportunity to not only help people, but help our team members out as well. You know, grow team leaders, grow individuals, just participate in helping them get to whatever next level of success in their life can be. That truly is why Waterfront allows you to help.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
So, I think it's a good question.
I already gave you one question.
So, how do you lead people that are, how can I say this? Let me just say it this way. So, here you are CPA, right? That's
That's my background.
That's your background, CPA.
I'm a numbers guy.
Okay. So here you are, a numbers guy, right? So here I am, a pastor, been a pastor for 20 years. You have Chaplain Sparky, who's a bishop or whatever, you know. You got
And a Marine.
So you have all of these others, and I could throw all these accolades and everything that come,
Sure.
you know, with this team. How do you lead such a team? So again, let's look at this now, okay? Not that I'm somebody or Chaplain Sparky or others or whatever, but so here you are, a numbers guy, background, CPA, and then you're put in a position like, man, okay, I got a pastor who's been pastor for 20 years. I got this guy's been here. Mark Isbell, I think, has been pastor for 17 years.
He was,
he's no
yes.
longer, but he's pastor 17 years. So you got these guys and Jason and others that have so much knowledge. You got Dana, who's come from, and I don't know all the details, but you know where I'm going with this.
I do.
How do you lead?
There's a
such a
very
team?
diverse set of experiences that work on our team.
Right.
And I think, first and foremost, the truth is the truth is the truth.
Yeah.
And so as long as you're staying, you know, respectful to everybody and their experiences and truly have a servant leadership mindset, you can lead anybody, quite frankly, because we're all focused on doing the right thing for the right reasons for the right people. You know, so you're obviously in addiction recovery. Sparky is working hand in hand with the homeless people. Dana's working with our retail team. We're all, though, working still towards the betterment of the mission. And so being able to just kind of focus everybody, I think is the one way I do it. You know, because I don't look at you as a pastor. Okay? I don't look at Sparky as a Marine that could probably kill me with his thumb. I don't look at Dana as a very disgruntled Alabama fan. Let's see if she's actually watching today. But I look at you as a man. I look at her as a woman, Sparky as a man, and I have respect for you and for your experiences. And I truly want to hear from you, from Sparky, from Dana, from everybody. And it's imperative that I do that because I don't have all the answers. And if you ever hear me tell you I have all the answers, you might as well just stop listening to me because that's when I truly have lost my mind. Yeah. I think I have a good ability to bring people together with the right experiences to figure out the solution that we need to figure out and move a group of people forward. And so, you know, I see Sparky and his gifts as I was about to say former Marine, but don't say that.
He will kill you with this.
He will. Or actually, he'll just look at me and then I'll just fall over. But I can identify his gifts from his experiences, your gifts from your experiences, Dana's gifts, and I can put them with the right people for the right reasons. I think that's what I can bring to the team is coordination maybe. And since I do it all with just this unwavering idea that I should respect everybody, no matter what position, is imperative. Yeah. And in fact, at the Akron March, I actually talked about that as one of the coping anchors, is that you have to have respect, even in the face of being disrespected, which I'm sure we've all experienced in our lives here at Waterfront. You have to be respectful. It's a non-negotiable for me.
Yeah.
And so, you know, so I respect everybody on our team. I want to hear from everybody on our team because there might be a perspective that I'm not aware of yet, or a thought or an idea. We are all in this together. And so I just need to be steadfast in making sure that we're pulling everybody's talents and resources. Does that make sense?
Great answer. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And this is good for me. I can come to a place where I could, you know, around my team, just be Mike.
Yeah.
I don't have to be Pastor Kelly.
How many times have I joked about your goofy hat?
Yeah.
Thank you for not wearing it today, by the way.
I'll be back at 8 o'clock tonight with dogs.
And that's you just got to walk by and I'll lose it. But no, you be yourself.
Yeah,
I mean, God don't make junk.
Yeah.
So that I'm going to be Clay.
Yeah.
You know, so interestingly though, so I like to joke around.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
But I've actually had, you know, team member comments that said I joke too much sometimes. I'm like, if I don't, I'll go nuts. It's me.
Yeah.
You know, and so I don't expect you to be anything other than Mike Kelly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Sparky needs to be Sparky. Dana needs to be Dana, quite frankly. Yeah. And it's because of that diversity of experience and diversity of thought, we're able to provide solutions to the individuals that are looking for help.
Yeah. Sounds good. So anyway, I appreciate you. I don't know if my time's up or not.
I'll
think talk to you all day.
We could possibly do that, but then all of our 4 viewers would probably leave. No, I hope there's more than 4, but I think we're doing good. Well, Mike, thank you for your service to the mission. We do appreciate it.
Appreciate all you do.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for being you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, brother. Just leave it there. All right, son.
Good one.
All right, brother. All right. Just take your time. I've been drinking water. Anytime someone else is talking, I'm grabbing water because I need to. So are we still live? Oh, okay. Come on, Tricia.
I thought I would come back and talk with you.
I appreciate you coming back and talking with me. Yes, you have to hold the microphone. All right. So first, thank you for participating. Second of all, for our viewing audience, would you please introduce yourself?
All right, my name is Tricia Cook. I'm the program manager for Arukah Respite Center.
Okay, very good. So you have a very interesting journey to Waterfront in this role. Would you like me to share it, or would you rather share it?
I can share it.
Let's go for it.
All right, well, I came into Waterfront as a cashier at Team Milton, Waterfront Milton, and this was after 20 years of stay-at-home mom with my girls and raising them. And so when they're grown up now and doing their thing, and so I decided I'd like to step back out into the workforce again, but I wasn't sure what exactly I wanted to do. I was a teacher. I have a teacher background, but I knew I didn't want to go back into the classroom. I wanted to do something different, but I just wasn't sure what that was. So I looked around for some part-time work just to get back out there, and I saw Waterfront, and I saw a cashier opening with Angie at Waterfront Thrift, and thankfully got picked up there, worked a couple of years there with them. And then I decided, I really love what Waterfront is about and what they do for the homeless and for the community at large. And so I wanted to do something more with Waterfront and the community and helping those in need. And I saw the opening for Arukah Respite and them needing a teaching background. And I thought, this is going to be a real right up my alley kind of thing. So I applied, and within a week from the first interview, the second interview, and by the end of the week, I was picked up for this new role. Very excited to be with Arukah Respite now and helping the homeless in this way.
Yes.
So it's a very beautiful thing, which I want to talk about.
Of
the
course.
Arukah name, because when I say that to a lot of people that I'm Arukah Respite, right away they're like, Arukah, what? What is that? What? And so
First thing is they ask you to spell it.
yes, Arukah. It's a beautiful word, and I wanted to talk to you about that, like how you came about picking that. And
Well, so that's way beyond my intelligence level. I did not pick that word. A very intelligent young lady found that. So the word Arukah is Hebrew. And basically, it embodies the restoration of the mind, body, and spirit, and represents the help and healing power of Jesus Christ. So when we started to talk about our respite program, and I've shared some stories already as we've gotten into this event, what started and things of that nature, we wanted a word that would stay true to our religious background, our Christ-centered focus. And so, again, this young lady did some incredible research, came up with that, verified that it was the proper, name, but
it really captures.
I'm drawing a blank on the thing. I hope this is not an indication of things to come throughout the evening hours, but it does. It encapsulates what we're trying to do with this. And, as you know, Arukah is a transitional step-down unit for individuals that are experiencing homelessness, that are well enough to be discharged from the hospitals, but still not well enough to be healing on the streets. And so now our Arukah Respite Center, 10 beds here for men, 7 beds for women. Over in Mobile, we have 10 beds. We definitely want to be giving another opportunity for these individuals to get back on their feet. And so it's been a very fun project to work on. It's starting to be very organic in nature, getting calls from other hospital systems that haven't started to participate with us yet, and helping individuals transition out of the hospital back onto their own 2 feet health-wise, and then hopefully steering them in the right direction as we case manage them in the center. One of the best stories I love, we had a gentleman that was brought to us from Ascension. They asked to give him 30 days. 30 days is a long time, and he was suffering from some really strong ailments. But during that 30 days, we were able to identify that he had none of his life documents, so he didn't have an ID, he didn't have a social security card, didn't have a birth certificate, so we were able to get all those in place. He was eligible for Medicaid and Medicare, so we got him signed up for Medicaid and Medicare. And then we were able to find a placement for him in an assisted living facility over in Pace. And so, I mean, he went truly from a homeless situation to an acute care hospital stay to Arukah. And then now he's over in Pace living his best life. From what I've been told, he's flirting with all the nurses and just having a great time over there. So, you know, that is a best case scenario, but that's what we strive for with every person that comes through our doors. Get them stable, get them back on their own 2 feet so they can start participating again in their own daily activities. And then also find out if we can help them in further beyond this stay.
I love that Arukah Respite is just another example of see a need and meet a need. And a lot of people, I don't know if they know that you're the one who spearheaded the Arukah Respite Center, and the story that you tell that starts that how it started. It's a powerful story. If you want to,
it really is. I actually shared it a little bit earlier, a couple of hours ago at least now, but it was a very stressful situation. So, you know, one July morning, I got to work right out here in the front of the administrative office, and it's about 6:30 in the morning, and I noticed there was a person right in front of our admin building where we walk in to go to work every day. And I'm like, oh, I mean, I'm 3 months into this role, I'm thinking, I got to fire someone today because this happened. Well, as I got closer to this individual, I must have made some noise or stirred her. It turns out it was a woman. And now I'm thinking, why is there a woman out in front of our all-male facility? You know, because at the time we were not open for women's services. So long story short, she was discharged. She was discharged from a hospital 2 counties to our east, and she basically was told, pick a place on a homeless pamphlet. And as disoriented as she was when I found her, I can't imagine how she even picked us. But the healthcare industry or the healthcare facility could have called us, said, hey, we got someone. We could have said, hey, we're not set up for women, but you could go here. The Z cab driver just kind of let her fall out of the back of the cab, and she literally kind of laid in the grassy area for 5-6 hours, and then she ended up crawling over to where I found her the next morning. So we quickly got her up, got her inside, got her to the clinic, community health clinic, and then we ended up actually transporting her transported her to Baptist Healthcare, which is where the story kind of ends for us. But that really lit a fire. I'm like, how can we just be that terrible that we just let this woman go out of the back seat of a Z cab and spend a night in the front? Now, we were under protocol lockdowns still at that time, so we didn't have anybody doing the perimeter of the campus here, but we can do better than that. We if they'd have called us, had the cab driver rang the bell on our gate, we would have been able to bring her in and set her up on a cot at a minimum, and then reevaluate it in the morning hours. But none of that was able to happen because we didn't have the communication lines in place with the healthcare fields. A lot of times, and this is not as much now as it was then, some healthcare organizations are just focusing on checking the box. She's well enough to be discharged. Should she have been discharged? I'm not a clinician. My thought would be no, but apparently from their perspective it was yes. But they just kind of left her in our front yard at like a sack of trash. I'm like, we can do better than that. These are God's children. Why aren't we doing better? And so that really kind of lit the fire under my fanny to start talking to those healthcare organizations. And we did a lot of vetting. We vetted the process for, goodness gracious, 2.5+ years with local hospitals here, with a local hospital over in Mobile. We learned a lot. Learned a lot of things what we could not agree to. We learned a lot about the things we could agree to. I used to use the analogy, and all the nurses that I used to work with would always quickly say, there's no such thing. So, but for my sake, I said, if there was a scale of acuity levels, 1 to 10, a 9 and a 10, you're still at the hospital. You need that level of care. At a 7, 8, you're at a SNF unit, skilled nursing facility. We want to operate around a 3. But even with that, we have probably raised it to a 4. So we've taken individuals with wound vacs and CPAP machines and various other things. We've got agreements in place for healthcare organizations to send in home healthcare so they can treat those individuals in a clean, safe dorm instead of trying to find them out on the streets, which is next to impossible. So we're providing that extra level of care. We're making sure that they're taking their meds properly, follow-up appointments, making sure if they need to get up and walk, that they get up and walk. And so we're just, and then now we're also able to case manage them, and then we can get them to that next level with that, whatever that means. It could be an assisted living facility over in Pace, but whatever it is, talking with Drayton, they have a program where they have Project Reconnect. It's funded through the county. Drayton oversees it with his team. And we've been able to take a couple of our lady clients that have been in Arukah and reconnect them to family over in Texas. So, before they had absolutely no game plan, no path forward. And then so once they've gotten into our care, we were able to identify a path forward for them for that next level of success.
It's awesome. It really is awesome.
So,
And now we have a win-win-win situation.
We really do.
Because we have Arukah as a resource for those healthcare facilities now.
Absolutely.
And I just came from Ascension talking with them, and they were talking about the readmission rates and how it's higher than they like, and
Of course.
I was able to connect with that with the homeless population. This is where Arukah comes in, so we can fill that gap, so there's not that cycle of going back in again because they couldn't
Absolutely.
heal properly out on the streets.
That's absolutely 100% correct. And, when we talk to the healthcare facilities, we don't even get into the bottlenecking at the EDs. The homeless population has a tendency to use the EDs as their primary care physician. If something happens, they go to the ED. They don't have any kind of mechanisms in place to go to an urgent care or perhaps maybe even a primary care physician. So they go to the EDs. And so being from the healthcare field, I know that the ED is the most expensive access point for any healthcare organization, probably 4 or 5 times the amount that it would say cost to send them to one of their urgent cares or a primary care physician or even our community clinic here on the campus. And so, when we talk about the financial benefit to the healthcare systems, we're not even talking about that. We're not talking about the bottlenecking of resources in the ED or even in the inpatient mode. So, we're actually going to be having a conversation with Ascension tomorrow, actually, and I'm looking forward to that as well. So,
Yes.
good stuff. Good stuff.
Yep, and it's exciting about the partnership that we have with HCH now at Mobile.
Yes.
This is a brand new thing. Just met with them just the other day to try to, make sure we're on the same page because this is all new for everybody.
Absolutely.
But for them to come into Arukah and have their reserved beds and have their patients be able to get taken care of, the clinical aspect, because they're going to provide that for their patients, and still with them being our client, I'm still able to do some case management for them as well, making sure that in all ways they are being taken care of in all the way around.
Again,
So it's a great thing.
absolutely. Just again, providing another resource to the individuals that we're already taking care of. And so, HCH, Healthcare for the Homeless, is a strategic partner of ours in taking care of the homeless population in Mobile. So they've been working with us for years, providing in-house clinical observations to individuals that are staying with us or anybody that might walk in for day resources. They were coming 2 days a week. Now it's a bigger moment for both of our organizations. So I'm very excited about that for sure.
Yeah, very exciting. So Arukah Respite Center. It's a beautiful thing, and
it is a
we're
beautiful
out there. And
just another way that we're trying to take care of this population of individuals.
see a need, meet a need.
Absolutely. And trying to just trying to again make it a win-win-win situation like you mentioned earlier. It's a win for the healthcare organization. It's definitely a win for the patient, and it's a win for us. You can't lose when everybody's winning.
Right?
Well,
Absolutely.
well, Tricia, you've been in this role for just a short period of time now. What has been your biggest takeaway from your time in this management role?
The biggest takeaway? Just the good that we're doing, that Arukah is such a need, and I to be involved in it at this level now, I'm just like, wow, it is really an amazing ministry.
Absolutely.
And such a need. And I'm so thankful to be a part of Arukah and to help it grow. And it is still, it's very new. It's what, a year?
Just a year old.
Just a year old. So a lot of growth is going to happen, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this.
Very nice. Is there anything you would like to ask me?
I just love that you spearheaded it. I think that it was meant to be. I think that you were, as difficult as it was to see the woman there, and it really affected change, and we really needed that.
Okay.
So thankful to Jane, whoever she was, because of her, you were able to make a change and start something. And here we are, and it's growing, and the word is getting out. The commercial was just made.
Yep.
So
I'm looking forward to seeing that on the television.
Yeah, it's gonna reach more people. People are gonna to know about us because we are that best kept secret. But we don't want to be a secret. We really want to be out there. We
Absolutely.
want people to know that the resource is there, especially when it comes to the homeless patients and the need that they have, because we don't want them to have to go back out on the street and try to heal. It's just not necessary to do that.
It's
they
very
can come to
difficult.
Arukah. Arukah is here for them.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely. And yeah, you hit the nail on the head that they have more options now. The idea of just being discharged from the ED or even inpatient and just going back out to the underpass or out into the woods or wherever they happen to be, it's not an option anymore. Especially, I mean, you just cannot heal from any kind of hospital stay out in the woods. It's very difficult.
So to get more participating hospitals, Ascension is great for us. They're on board with us. So we're really wanting to get out there to get more hospitals participating with us and connecting with us, so we can all work together
Absolutely.
to help the homeless. So that's great.
Very nice. Well, we absolutely appreciate your efforts in the Arukah Respite Center. Your level of communication is almost unparalleled for the most part. Such a great communicator, and you have such a huge heart. It's no wonder Angie always gives me a hard time from stealing you from her team. But I think you were called to be in this role. Because you do have a huge heart, and then you want to see a lot of things change for the better for individuals. So
Yes,
thank you.
I love this path that I'm on, and God put me on. So
Amen.
Here we are.
Amen. Absolutely.
So yay!
All right. Well,
All right,
is that your
We
time?
got a long night.
Oh, I don't even know what time it is now. Let's see what time.
Dinner
it is.
time, right?
Is it dinner time? Let's see what time it is. It's only 5:30. Okay.
Almost.
3.5 hours in, so that's good. I don't know who's
Doing good.
Do we know who's next? I have a list.
Imagine being discharged from the hospital and having nowhere to go. For homeless patients, recovery shouldn't stop at the hospital doors. But at Waterfront Mission, we provide individuals with a safe place for healing. When home isn't an option, the Arukah Respite Center at Waterfront Mission is.
I don't know what that means. I may have to just kind of do some free for all here. So,
All right.
Tricia, thank you so much for
Thank
being
you,
here.
Clay.
I
Thanks for
appreciate it.
everything.
Thank you.
Team Milton. All right.
Very
Have a good
nice.
night.
All right, be careful. So, as we have some opportunities just to kind of delve into the various different things, I have last night's sheet count somewhere in here. Each night we obviously collect. Well, I had it in here. I must have not brought it actually. So I'll just hold off on that for a minute. And do we have someone? Oh, okay. Yes, I can actually. So obviously we've received a bunch of questions. I don't know if we've been receiving any from the live stream. Lexi, come on. Let's everybody meet Lexi. So Lexi has really stepped up her game this week. She's been stepping up her game the entire time she's been here, quite frankly. And we truly appreciate your effort and all that you do, not just for me, but for the mission as a whole. And I know you being in the office does certain things for your father. And so we just appreciate you a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Leanne wanted me to give you a hard time, but I'm like, no, Lexi's a sweet girl. I'm not doing that.
Well, I'll make sure Leanne hears it from me later. So we did get some questions come in on the live stream.
Okay.
So let's see if I can find. Okay, so Dana Fredrickson asked.
Sorry.
You know who this is?
I know that woman.
All right. Well, she asked, what has been your best day at Waterfront, and what has been a really bad day for you at Waterfront?
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a great question. So this is going to be so silly, but one of my best days at Waterfront was during our 75th year, our first baseball game. And what was so fun about that was, for some reason, Mark had the brilliant idea to say, why don't you throw out the first pitch? And I'm like, you guys didn't know this, but I was scared to death of making a complete fool of myself. But I had certain things in place. So my then, or my son-in-law, but then boyfriend of my daughter, Katie, helped me practice at least a month and a half prior to the pitch. But even our team was so awesome in sending me all these really bad first pitch videos on YouTube. And so, I mean, they tried to get in my head. They couldn't do it. But then being there to celebrate the 75th anniversary of our great organization and throw out the first pitch, which, by the way, was I was the only person that actually threw a strike that day. And the relief and joy in myself after I threw the pitch was amazing. But then we continued to have a great time with all the team that was there. We had several board members there, and it was great fellowship. Everybody had a good time. We had a great dinner. The Wahoos won that night as well. And so that was a really good day for me. Back in August of, I think, 22 or 23.
23.
23.
I would like to add to that, for the weeks leading up to this big first pitch moment, randomly, Clay would just call all of us into the center of the admin office and have us practice with him. So even if you were locked into whatever you were doing, that ball was going to be thrown into your office. So you better be ready.
It was a Nerf. It wasn't an actual baseball.
Yes, that's a good disclaimer. So, to answer the other question, what has been a really bad day for you at Waterfront?
Well, I've actually already shared this on many times already, but the day I found the woman out in front of our building, just kind of sprawled out in front of the admin building was a bad day. But even though it was a bad day, it has yielded really great change, not only for me personally, but our organizational operations, programs, community partnerships. I mean, there's been a lot of great stuff to come out of it. Although seeing her look up at me was probably the worst. Okay. Do you have another question?
Well, that was all I had for now. If you have some questions on your list that you want to work through, please do. We have a chaplain, Carolyn Bridges, who will be coming up.
Oh, Carolyn, nice.
So if you just want to take some time and answer some questions.
Actually, I just wanted to kind of just touch base on the numbers that we're seeing right now. So for us here in Pensacola, we're seeing on average approximately 130 to 145 individuals each night, and it just really kind of depends on the weather, quite frankly. 75 to 85 in Mobile. I mean, we're averaging more than nearly 250 individuals in our care every night, and that also includes our LifeBuilder clients, the ones that are in the dorm on the middle part of our campus. But I'm just so thankful that we have the time and energy and resources and team members to be able to take care of all these individuals every day. You know, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, we also help people that come up through day resources that don't necessarily need emergency overnight shelter services. So, it's really great. And the fact that we now have a report that we get to see every day that has a column for women is even more rewarding. So I just wanted to share that real quick. And let's see. Let me see if I can find some of the questions. There we go. All right. Oh, this is one that's really interesting. It says, what is the biggest myth you'd like to dispel about the homeless and the mission? Okay, so we can't tell him anything, but I can tell you something. One of the biggest myths, I may have mentioned this earlier, we've been knocked many times about our religious background. And so there are people out in the community that will sometimes share the story that we will not feed someone or clothe someone until they accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. I'm like, that's ludicrous. That's absolutely absurd. One of the first things we do is we bring the individuals in, we make them feel comfortable, we make them feel secure, we feed them, we clothe them all the time. And, for someone to suggest that, we're not going to do that until they accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior is pathetic, quite frankly. And so that's one myth I'd like to dispel. I mean, because you have to develop the trust with the individual first. If we just started, inundating them with rules and, structure and things of that nature, they're not going to respond to that. And so they're probably going to just leave on their own. And so we just want to make sure that is first and foremost. If you don't have a friend in the world, you'll find one here. It's what we have over both of our check-ins. So, yeah, very good. So, all right. Oh, we got some technical difficulties going on. No, we're good? Okay. Well, we'll save some more. There's going to be plenty of opportunities. Carolyn will be out here shortly.
Do you need coffee or a cookie? Water?
I'll take 2 cookies.
Okay, 2 cookies. I'll do that.
All right. Well, hey, Lexi, let me ask you this. Part of, I guess, living homeless is, just being out there and, not having anybody near you. So, I mean, I don't think I necessarily have to continue to talk. I could just sit here and, this is just to demonstrate what, an individual that literally is out on the streets. What do you think about that?
No, I like it.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Well, I'll grab you some cookies and hopefully Carolyn will be out soon.
All right. Thank you,
No
Lexi.
coffee?
No, I'm good for right now. Thank you, though. All right. Thank you for bringing those. I appreciate it. Is everything okay with the young lady? Oh. Okay. Someone's obviously helping her, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, she's
Oh.
my client.
Oh, okay.
She-
Okay. She'll be okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Are we on? All right. So, oh yeah. So you have to hold the mic fairly close.
Okay.
So hi, how are you? Good to
I'm
see
well.
you.
Good to see you too.
It's been a minute since we've actually had a chance to talk. Would you do me a quick favor and introduce yourself to everybody?
I'm Carolyn Bridges, and I am one of the chaplains for the Women's Wing for Hope for Her. And I've been with Waterfront in this capacity, actually volunteered since the
I was going to
mission
say,
opened.
yeah,
Then
since the women's wing opened, as I understand, right?
right, since the Women's Wing.
So you were one of the very first ones that came in to help the ladies transition from being outside the waterfront doors to inside the waterfront building.
Yes.
How was that?
Yes. It was an eye-opener.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. I had no idea as to just the different reasons that people find themselves homeless. And when we say the homeless, it's like it's some separate community from everyone else.
Oh, yeah,
But it is the population. It is the American population. Okay.
it really is.
People just find themselves in a situation because of a lot of circumstances in life. Everyone doesn't handle things well.
Very true. Very true. And, I think the question was asked of me earlier about, whose responsibility is it? And my answer was, it's all of our responsibilities. It's us as an organization that want to help them. It's our city representatives, our county representatives, police force, the sheriff's department, all of the different organizations, and all of our community needs to help if we truly want to move the needle on homelessness.
Yeah. So I had a question
Shoot.
about the women.
Okay.
So I understand just in coming that Waterfront was just for men for a long time.
For a very long time.
And then I keep hearing when women come here or organizations will call us and ask us if we have a bed for a woman, they tell me that there aren't a lot of shelters for women.
No, unfortunately, there are not. And, some of them that have been in recent years available for a resource for women or even women for children have, had some challenges with funding. And so they find themselves having to shut down programs and reevaluate the way they're going to help things. It's one of the reasons why we take such a close look with our mission filter now on whether or not to get into a program. So I've shared with people about our Arukah. It took 2.5 years before we got to a comfortable spot with that. Many months, close to a year, about Hope for Her. Because we wanted to make sure that one, there's a need. Clearly, there was a need. One, it's mission aligned. Clearly, it's mission aligned. And then two, it's sustainable. One of the things we would never want to do is start a program and then for some unfortunate reason, maybe we didn't plan for it the right way, or maybe funding for it got lost, that we would have to shut down that particular program. So once we start something, understand we have put a lot of man hours into analyzing whether or not we should be in that service line in the first place. And so when we all, sat down and looked at the numbers and went through our mission filter, we were like, yeah, this is something we have to do. And I'm very excited to say that the board of directors at the time, when I first approached them with this, they were like, okay, make sure it's right though. Mm-hmm. And so we put a lot of time and energy to make sure that first night was right. And I shared when I was talking with Jason, I was hoping for 5 ladies to show up. I thought that would be a success. We had 12 that night, as you probably remember. And then by the end of the week, we were at 20. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I remember I was going to share this with Jason, but I remember into the second week, I was driving away from the mission after work. It's like 5 o'clock. And as I'm driving down Herman Street, 2 ladies are walking towards the mission. And, a week or so before, I would have been like, where are they going? We don't have anything for them. But I took a lot of comfort and joy, quite frankly. I knew that they were going to the mission because they were coming to stay with us. And that there was actually a resource for them now, for overnight shelter services. Yes. So that was very, very, a very crazy couple of weeks, but very exciting at the same time. And we talked about the capacity issue, and some days we're at capacity because of weather, and some days we're a little lower than capacity. I think we had 32 women last night. We've been averaging over 30 women for months now. And so definitely would just like to continue to grow that program, grow the mission, maybe even grow to a bigger campus or a secondary campus. So all those things are on the table. One of the things I tell the team, I said, everything's on the table until we take it off the table. So I encourage everybody to come to the meetings with ideas and suggestions, because everybody has a valid opinion about various things. And and I'll be the first one to tell you, I don't know it all, but I know to talk to other people that might know it all, like Chaplain Sparky. I'm pretty sure he knows it all.
Of course he does.
So that was a great question.
So lately I've been hearing the women that have been coming to the mission, they'll come here, some of them with a look in their eye of fear.
Okay.
So
It's okay. Take your time.
they just say that it's so dangerous for them.
It is.
And it's a good thing that they have some place to come, but it's different with the women
Well,
than it is for the men. They just say, I'm not going back out.
You're absolutely right. But it is as dangerous for anybody that's out on the streets, quite frankly, because obviously there are dark forces out there that want to do, nothing but wreak havoc on individuals' lives. And women have an exorbitant amount of trauma associated with living on the streets, which may have even started before they were on the streets. It could have been a bad relationship, a bad family situation. And, that's part of the reason why we've decided to invest in working with Alicia Tappan, Survivor-Led Solutions. She brings a very unique perspective to helping ladies overcome trauma. And so it wasn't that we just trained our women chaplains, we trained everybody. All of the ministry team has been trained on Survivor-Led Solutions. And that's because one of our male chaplains may have to interact with a female that might not trust men per se. But that might be the first person they encounter. So it's very important to identify the fact that it's very tough living homeless out there. And most of the time, as they come to us that very first time, the reason why is because of the fear of being hurt or attacked or whatever. But they've gotten to that point where, like, I just can't do it anymore. This is not sustainable for my life. I want more. And so hopefully they find the hope and resources that we can help provide. Are we perfect? No. I'll never suggest that we're a perfect organization, but we strive to be perfect. So, even if we fall short of being perfect, we're going to be way up there as far as what we're able to do and what we're able to accomplish. Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
So when you first heard about our program and the call for volunteers, what was it for you that clicked, that said, I'm there, I'm down, I'm going to volunteer?
It was just a knowing in my heart, in my spirit. It was immediate. Because my husband comes here once a week.
Okay.
He ministers in the morning on Wednesdays.
Okay.
And he came and he told me that they're opening up a woman's wing. Soon as he said they're opening up a woman's wing, I said, I'll be there. It came out so fast that I thought, who said that?
Right. That's awesome. So your husband has been pastoring? Is that what you just said? He was teaching.
He teaches up here.
Oh, what does he teach for us?
He does the morning devotion.
Oh, the morning
okay. Chapel service.
Very nice, very
on
nice.
Wednesdays. Yeah.
So
he's been doing it for almost 2 years now.
Oh, that's fantastic. I appreciate that, actually.
Okay.
A recurring theme is whose responsibility, but who do we work with? We work with everybody that wants to work with us, and so we have community partners across the counties. Because even though we're a big part of the solution of homelessness, we're not the only part, and we can't quite frankly do it alone. So we need individuals like your husband come in and volunteer, because that frees up one of our chaplains to be able to work on a situation that may arise in the very beginning of the morning. And so our volunteers are beyond unsung heroes for us.
Yeah. I love it when our volunteers come in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. One thing that I saw on that when I first came in, it was very impactful. What's written on the right above the reception desk.
Absolutely.
It says, if you don't have a friend in the world, you'll find one here.
Absolutely.
Where did that come from?
Oh my gosh, that has been above our check-in desk for decades. I'm not sure who we could credit that for, but it truly is what we're trying to convey. You know, individuals that are seeking services from us probably don't have a lot of trust for anybody. You know, but you have to show them that you're willing to be a friend to them first, so you can build that trust, and then obviously then make positive changes in their lives. And so we want to make sure everybody, when you walk in through that door and you see that, you know what our mission is. We want to help you. We want to be your friend. We want to get you to that next step, whatever that next step could possibly be.
One of our clients said, he's long gone. He said when he saw that up there, he said he was going to do everything to prove it wrong. But he couldn't. We wore him down.
We wore him down. Okay.
We wore him down. Love wore him down.
Well, see, that's because our team is focused on demonstrating God's goodness. And so when you're working, like, and I've said this a bunch of times, I'll probably say it 1,000 times over the course of the next, 20 some odd hours. But when you're working towards something greater than yourself, and you just stay focused on that, you'll wear the individuals down, the naysayers, or the ones that just, want to be contrary to what you're trying to do. We talk all the time about how devastating the enemy is towards Christians in general. But when God's kingdom work is being fulfilled, he tries to work even harder against us. And, that just means we got to work harder so he does not win.
Yes.
And because we have the ultimate, hero on our side, so he's never going to win, quite frankly. So even when we're having bad days or someone yells at us, I'm going to try to prove you wrong, you're never going to be my friend, Carolyn, we're going to be like, challenge accepted.
Yes. And okay, now what are some things that have surprised you about the people that have come through here, about the clients that have come through here?
Oh, that's a great question. Generosity. Their generosity, quite frankly. I have seen clients that are not in a program, that are just here maybe for day resources. If someone was having problems with, say, their wheelchair or their food or whatever, I've seen dozens and dozens of individuals just step up and try to help that individual. The generosity and their willingness to help someone else is ridiculous. And I guess sometimes you would think they just want to be by themselves, or they just want to be alone. They don't want to interact with anybody. That's not the case at all. A lot of them, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but a lot of them I think are just looking for that touch, that human touch. Whether it's a conversation, which is what we had with the women's wing when we opened it. We just had women come in to volunteer and just be there. Just talk to them. You don't need to counsel them, just be there. And so, I think that's what a lot of the clients that come in every day are looking for, that human interaction. I was actually talking to my sister, Dana, about our respite dorm about a year ago. And we were talking about nursing volunteers in the dorm. And I said, well, what would they do? She's like, sit next to their bedside and talk to them. I'm like, oh. She's like, you wouldn't believe how critical the human factor is in someone's healing process. So that's incredible to me.
I agree with that. There are some of our clients who just, they come alive when they're helping someone.
Absolutely.
And so, it's that human contact.
Absolutely. And example after example after example after example. And it's like they're not in the most advantageous position, but they don't care. They want to help.
Yes.
It's very heartwarming for sure.
It's a pleasure being here.
Okay, very good. Well, we love to have you. I know I don't get to talk to the team as much as I'd like to, but this has been very nice. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for.
Just keep Fredrick and Nikki in check. Make sure you keep them straight, okay?
I will, definitely.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for coming by.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll see you throughout the night, maybe.
Oh yes, I'll be here.
Absolutely.
I got work waiting on me.
Okay, well, go to work. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Well, thank you very much. All right. So, oh, there goes Lexi, but let's see if we got another. Oh, here's a question that I've got. It says, how do causes of homelessness differ between men and women? You know, and we actually have just touched on it a few times that, you know, the level of trauma associated with women living on the streets and being in a homeless situation is way higher. That's not to take away any of the trauma that are associated with men's issues, but women's issues with trauma usually stem from early ages, relationships, and you know, there's a definite breakdown in trust. And so the level of trauma associated with women in homelessness has been probably twice that of the men that we interact at the mission every day. So that's a great question, and we'll come back to those in just a minute. So Lexi, do we have someone else lined up for now, or? Okay.
That's in like 10 minutes, so I think
okay.
we should probably just hold on.
Okay, well, we can definitely hold off. So I'm just going to kind of take a moment and over the next 10 minutes and kind of relax. Kind of quiet at the mission right now, but they're about to probably serve dinner at around 6 or 6:30. I don't recall if they do it at 6 or 6:30, so I'm going to take a minute to grab a quick snack. These are oatmeal raisin cookies made by the incredible Lexi Osborne. She's such a great cook, and these are very good oatmeal raisin cookies, the most superior cookie that you can ever have. Mm. Mm. Well, in about 4 minutes, our next conversation is going to be with one of our board of directors, DeKendell, who actually has a very unique perspective, having once worked at the mission over in Mobile, and now he works for the city of Mobile government. And so he has seen homelessness from many different opportunities. So hopefully we'll get that started in the next little bit, and we'll get started. It's almost 6 o'clock. Yes, ma'am. Oh my goodness.
So you want to go play?
The range of the iPad.
You need Wi-Fi? Well, yeah, I guess you need to test it from over here. So how are we going to do this, Lexi?
So basically, you're gonna be. Oh,
That might be him getting on right now.
be connected.
There's the
Yeah.
camera.
So you're gonna hold that, keep it horizontal, and then he's gonna mirror it to the live stream.
Okay.
All right.
Do me a favor and just give me a thumbs up when we're doing our thing.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
do.
And will I be able to hear DeKendell?
You should be able to. Maybe just check that. Is there volume on the bottom maybe?
This is an iPad. I don't know.
Okay, it's all the way up. It should.
Okay. Hey, DeKendell, can you hear me, sir?
Hey, we lost the feed from the iPad.
Oh no.
Check it.
I was working it.
Sorry, my boss.
Yeah, I did go in there and see behind the ropes.
It might be a range thing, but we can make it all like that works.
Take the call in here.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. I don't.
Yeah, I think it's a range
Okay.
thing, so yeah. Yeah.
I have no idea what they've been talking about. I've been out doing street stuff with it. Kind of grabbing a gouge a man's eyes out every.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Weird how it is, you know?
Yeah, it's weird.
Hey, folks.
Howdy.
If he'll enable his video,
I'm upside down.
just turn the iPad upside down. All the way.
Other way. No, no. Sorry,
180
Okay.
degrees.
There we go. Perfect.
Cool. Can you have Kendall enable his audio and video?
So they'll be able to see the bench.
Can't hear me?
And who you are in relations to the mission.
My name is Kendall Young. I am the homeless outreach coordinator for the city of Mobile, and I serve on the board of Waterfront Mission.
Very nice. Well, so DeKendell, you obviously know what this is all about. We're trying to shine a spotlight on the homeless situation, both here in Pensacola as well as in Mobile. And I shared earlier with the live stream that you have a very unique perspective, having worked with Waterfront before. So could I trouble you to walk us kind of through that transition from Waterfront to opening doors? Well, it's not opening doors anymore, it's Hope for All. And then into your role as the city outreach director.
Sure. So I started at the mission as a evening chaplain, doing intake and working with men in the alcohol and drug recovery program. It was during that time, really and truly, Waterfront introduced me into what homelessness was all about. I never anticipated on working in this field. That wasn't my plan, but ultimately it was God's plan. So the mission allowed me the opportunity to be introduced into this field, as well as fulfill the purpose in which God had placed me here to do. I am a helper by nature, and serving in the role at Waterfront allowed me the opportunity to help the most vulnerable individuals in the world, really. That is our unhoused population, and those individuals who come from different backgrounds, different situations, just allowing them to be connected and re-engage with their families as well as their relationship with Christ. From my time with the mission, served in many positions, operations manager, as director, it really taught me how to truly have a genuine care and concern for this population, also helping me to understand that the stigma that people have working with the homeless is not true. So it allowed me to build relationships with them, to know who they are, and to really understand that they are humans just like us. From my time at the mission, I had developed a relationship with Housing First, which is now called Hope for All, which is the lead agency for the COC. So it is the equivalent what Opening Doors is in Pensacola. That is the equivalent that we have here in Mobile. And there I served as the director of community outreach, which allowed me to kind of, since we're just talking, we always viewed Housing First as the secular side of homelessness, and Waterfront was the spiritual side of homelessness. So when I went per se across the breezeway working with them, it allowed me to see things from a different perspective, because Waterfront was an agency that didn't take federal funds, it didn't take funds from the government, and Housing First is kind of built on receiving federal funding to be able to operate in the capacity that they operate in. And my role there was to encounter those individuals in encampments that was living in places not meant for habitation, to be able to develop a relationship with them, to encourage them to go to the agencies that would benefit them, that would get them housed, as well as put them in a temporary space where they could be found and where they could receive the help that they needed. So we would refer people to agencies like Waterfront to provide them an opportunity to be in a space that will help them create that sustainability in life and put that structure, because I knew what Housing First was all about, what Waterfront was all about. It was easy for me to sell that to an individual that I was encountering on the street. And from there, I got appointed to this role by Mayor Stimson in last June to really do the same thing that I did at Housing First, connect individuals to the various resources that exist in our community. So in a nutshell, Waterfront is very near and dear to me because it taught me all about homelessness, all about caring for them, all about treating them like the individuals that they are. And I owe so much to this organization. I just trying to explain how near and dear Waterfront is to my heart. Words can't express how great of organization that this is, and it's truly one that is making a difference on the Gulf Coast. Yeah, that's about it.
No, keep going. That's awesome. Yeah. So one of the things that I think we have done really well as an organization, DeKendell, is I'm sorry.
Sorry, that was on our end.
Oh, okay. Sorry. There was a little glitch in the matrix. Hang on a second. So, I actually lost my train of thought now. So, again, just, we've been affiliated with Mobile and the homeless in that area for quite a while now. From your perspective, DeKendell, because I mean, again, you've seen it from almost every angle. What do you think is the most valuable thing we can do as an organization for the homeless?
Provide that caring and compassionate service to them. So when a person comes through the doors at Waterfront, they're loved on. You got to remember that these individuals have been told no for quite a while. And when they reach the point of coming to Waterfront, they've burned a lot of bridges. There's no trust. There's really no help and no assistance. But when they come through those doors at Waterfront, just to be able to be, as we oftentimes say, the hands and the feet of Jesus, it presents a different perspective to them, because now they have someone that care about them. They have someone that is concerned about their situation. And really what we stand as an example of, we are an extension of Christ for these individuals, trying to connect them, trying to help them to repair those relationships that have been damaged, first by repairing the relationship with Christ. Once they repair that relationship with Christ, they can get that confidence about themselves, and then they can begin to not be so hard on themselves, where they're now able to acknowledge the things that they've done. Because a lot of times we as humans don't accept the wrong that we do in situations. And when these individuals are counseled with by the chaplains at Waterfront, it really allows them to see a mirror through Scripture. And once they repair that relationship with Christ, they're able to repair their relationships with other individuals where they thought that relationship couldn't be repaired. So being able to just be the hands and the feet of Jesus, I think that goes a long way with these individuals.
Things we've talked about, DeKendell, is the sign that's over our check-ins at both missions. If you don't have a friend in the world, you'll find one here. And it's that initial bridging the gap of trust that is so critical in that first interaction. Because the old saying, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think our team members, both at the mission over in Mobile as well as the one here in Pensacola, really show that that grace, that love of Jesus in every interaction. And so it's a wonderful opportunity for me to be involved with an organization like this, but then to also work with individuals like yourself in the community that also have these same values and have these same goals and have these same experiences. It's just truly a gift, quite frankly.
Yes. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Because that's why we're here. That's why we're trying to fulfill the mission that God has called us to, because we can become that friend. And I remember the first thing that I remember about the old mission down on State Street was that sign, because it was on the front of the building. And that says a lot, because again, we're dealing with individuals who are sensitive, individuals who put up a wall, and it's really a defense mechanism. But when they come to the mission, we're able to tear those walls down and really see the person for who they are. And once you know a person for who they are, then you know how you're equipped with knowing how to deal with them and how to treat whatever illness it is that they have. And I remember my time there, we would try to get to the root of the problem, because drugs and alcohol, that's not the real problem. The root of the problem is something that is that is bigger than that, and trying to figure out what that root issue is. Now you have an opportunity to help these individuals to sustain their life moving forward, and you can tear all of those walls down and kind of deal with the individual. And I think that sets them up for the success that they're looking for in life.
Awesome. Yeah. We talked about that as part of the Genesis process, and the program is, of course, Christ-centered, but then it also focuses on getting deep down below the surface to that very root cause analysis, that trigger point, whether it was 2 years ago or childhood or whenever it happened. If you don't address that particular trigger point, whether it's trauma or a bad relationship or whatever the case may be, then you're never going to be able to fully recover from your addiction.
Exactly.
Very good. Oh, go ahead.
And that's kind of because we want to stop the repetition of seeing the same guys over and over again. And once you see them again at the doorstep, it's really because they never dealt with that root issue. We would always say you either want restoration or you just want some temporary help relief. So the mission is about providing restoration, not relief. It's not a quick fix. So we're trying to work with these individuals. The longer they stay, the longer they have the encounter with the chaplains and with the staff at the mission, that creates greater success for them long term. So we can't arrest our way out of this issue. What we have to do is not provide relief. We have to provide recovery. And it's organizations like Waterfront that is serious about repairing these individuals long term, so they don't get back in the state of whatever it is that caused them to be homeless. But they love themselves, they love God, and they want to be successful. And that's all we can try to do, and we can point them in that direction by leading them to Christ. That's
Absolutely.
why the mission is Christ.
I didn't catch that last part, DeKendell.
That's why the mission is Christ-centered.
Amen. Amen. Because we want to focus on the true goal, which is having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, because that truly is when transformation begins for everyone, quite frankly. And so again, dealing with this population, whether it's men or women, you have to deal with that trauma trigger point, because people don't just wake up and say, you know what, I think I'm going to be homeless today. I think I'm going to abuse drugs or alcohol or some other, vice. No, something has happened. And until, again, like you said, I don't want to be redundant, but until you address that completely, you truly will not make the change.
That's it.
All right. Well, so as one of my bosses, I mean, is there anything you would offer up to me as far as advice, as far as, leading the organization over the next 5 years?
Clay, I'm not your boss. I'm just a brother that is walking alongside you to help you accomplish what you're doing. And you are doing an awesome, fantastic job by creating the things that you have created within the mission, filling the gaps that I know I can speak for Mobile, that I know exist in Mobile, being innovative with your thinking and the way that you're doing things. Just what I would say to you as a way of encouragement as far as the next 5 to 10 years, keep doing what God has called you to do, because you are the eyes, you have the vision, and I'm just walking alongside you to assist you in trying to fulfill that vision that God is showing you, because you are the visionary. And I trust what you say. I trust the decisions that you make. And we're just trying to walk alongside you to manage and mitigate this issue, this pandemic of homelessness that exists not just in Mobile and Pensacola, but exists across our country.
Well, first of all, thank you. Second of all, I had an opportunity to speak in front of the Akram Arsa conference a couple of days ago, and I talked about the different anchors that help you weather the storms. And one of those anchors was work anchors. And DeKendell, you have absolutely been one of my work anchors. You know, you always have an ear to listen, to provide direction, counsel, just a friendly word of encouragement. So I just want to say thank you for all of what you've done for me, and certainly what you have done for the mission.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this movement that God has called me to.
Brother.
Thank you. I
iPad, and we're going to see if we can get that iPad that's just on our Wi-Fi and see if we can jerry-rig our way around the problem.
Well, I mean, if we could obviously do it as a hotspot. I've done it here all the time.
Yeah.
So maybe we can just log onto my hotspot right here, and thank you. So obviously that would be something we need to try to figure out if we can have it here so that I can continue to have the conversations on the bench, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
The issue we were having is that it's trying to talk to the computer that's in there directly through the Wi-Fi, and that was where it was having an issue. It wasn't that the tablet didn't have connection; it's that it didn't have connection over there, so that won't show on the stream.
I got you.
So,
Well, I tell you, it's amazing all of these technical things that y'all are working on in the background. I can't even imagine the logistical nightmare from the national broadcast moment where they have to pull in each one of the different rescue missions at 1 or 2 times during the evening. But I think so far so good. We've been kind of free from technical issues other than having to, take the iPad in there so we could talk to our Mobile board member. But from your perspective, how do you think it's going so far?
yeah, I think it's going well so far. I told them I've been listening to it, including now in my ear, so I'm hearing it in a delay in my ear.
Well, that's weird. Okay, that would
It
throw
is.
me off completely. But let's take a step back because I don't think we actually introduced you, David. David, take a quick second, introduce yourself to the viewing public and what you do for the mission.
Sure. My name is David Whips, and I'm a member of the IT team for the Waterfront mission.
Very nice. And David, you're actually one of our newer team members. Actually, you've only been with us
just over a year.
Just over a year. Okay. I didn't realize. I thought we were trying to get rid of you after a year, but okay, whatever.
I've been told that the deadline's been extended a little bit.
Okay.
Unexpected circumstances.
I gotcha. Okay. Well, we're just very happy. We love the energy you bring in. The voices you do is also something that I enjoy. But why do you enjoy work? Let me not assume. I'm assuming you enjoy working for the
No, yes,
mission.
I do.
Okay. Don't want to put any words in your mouth, but what is it that really kind of gets you going for the mission?
So I've been doing, we've talked a little bit in the past that, I really enjoy doing IT. I love technology. I've always loved technology. So that's obviously one component is I love doing this kind of stuff, but I've done it a number of times, and this is the first place I can actually say that I actually enjoy doing it for a place whose mission I actually agree with.
Well, that's good. I mean, that you want to enjoy the place you work for.
Yeah.
And they are doing a good job. So, from your perspective over the last year, what has been the one thing that has? I know you've been more of the back of the scene kind of guy, IT. Is any one thing stand out to you about the organization or the work that we do?
A few things. As it happens, one of the previous jobs that I had worked before being here happened to be just around the corner, like 2 blocks away from here.
Okay.
And so I'd been around the homelessness and the congregation of folks in this area for a number of years. And I actually didn't know that Waterfront is here, and that's part of the reason is that this is where they come and find shelter. They know this is where it is.
I tell everybody that we're the best kept secret along the Gulf Coast. How can an organization that's been in existence for going on 77 years still have people in the communities that it serves not know about us, right? And it kind of plays into that also out of sight, out of mind kind of moment too. Being here on Herman Street, being over in Mobile, we're kind of out of sight from the general population. And so, everybody wants that to be taken care of. But not necessarily in their backyard.
Yeah.
And so, unless you actually see it firsthand, you really don't know it's a huge issue. We get saddled every now and then for, what are you doing about panhandling? Well, it's very simple. Not every panhandler is homeless, and not every homeless person panhandles. But what we tell people is that within, if God places it on your heart to give money out your window, by all means do it. You'll bless that every time. But here's the fact of the matter is that money will most of the time go to drugs, alcohol, or even prostitution within 72 hours. So we really tell people, if you really want to know where the money's going, invest in an organization that you trust, like Waterfront. And then you'll know exactly where that money is going to and how it's helping individuals. Because we don't want to become enablers to certain lifestyle choices, like those kind of things. We want to be able to help them have a clean and healthy life. Right?
And to further answer your question, I guess a little more fully, probably the thing I've learned the most since starting here is just learning an awful lot more about the different causes of homelessness, just what it's like for homeless people a lot more frequently because I'm around it a lot more. I mean, I see it every time. I see folks every time I walk between the buildings. You know, they're, you know, hanging out on the side of the street. They may be hanging under the trees. They might just be wandering around. Some of them, they don't have anywhere to go or anything to do a lot of the times, and they're just kind of looking for a place to be. And it means a lot that they know, when I can tell that they know they can be around here.
Absolutely.
They can be here. They're not worried about, you know, things that are unsafe happening generally. It's also very interesting, I find, that when it comes down to, like, I interact with them periodically as well. People, you know, some of them will come up to me and I'll have conversations now and again, or they'll be, you know, it's raining and they're up against the front of the building because they're trying to stay out of the rain, and, you know, stop and chat with them for a minute every so often. And some of them are just, you know, hey, I'm down on my luck. It's been a rough week, you know, or it's been, you know, rough few weeks and lost their job. They can't afford rent and they're end up here while they're trying to get a new job, or they're trying to, you know, move back with family, and they're like, I need to do something and be somewhere, but they can't be where they were because they can't afford it, or they're just, you know, there's any number of different reasons. And
there really is. There's no one true cause of homelessness. And in most cases, there's multiple causes of homelessness. But from our perspective, the top two reasons why someone is experiencing homelessness is either an addiction issue or mental illness. And a lot of times it could be both. But you're right. Affordable housing has also been kind of thrown around as a cause for homelessness, and that's true.
Yeah.
It's not the number one cause, as some people might, you know, put forth. But then there's family issues, or there's been a relationship issues. We had a gentleman come to us. His story is just so incredible. You know, he was living with his wife. His wife passed away unexpectedly. He did a tailspin. Lost his house, lost his housing, found himself on the tracks, not maybe even the tracks right behind the mission. He'd come to us periodically, but then one day he woke up in a cardboard box. He said, I'm done. He walked himself into the mission, changed his life around, took over our laundry as kind of a way to do some self-healing. But he has found permanent housing. He's volunteering here sometimes. He's also volunteering at other nonprofits. He's just on a better road. I mean, it was that one life experience of losing his wife that really sent him onto the street. So yeah, it's different for everybody. And so we can't just take a cookie cutter concept to everybody that walks in, because nobody's the same. You know, something that might cause someone's homelessness wouldn't even, you know, be on the radar for someone else. And so that's why our chaplains are such huge heroes, in my opinion, is because they are able to sit down and really talk to that person as a person, not a number, not a statistic, not a box to check, and find out what their true need is. And that's why they're so awesome.
Yeah.
Among other reasons.
But yeah. And of course, I get the nice thing about being on the back end is I get to meet with practically everybody in the organization, from, you know, here, you know, in the mission here, I get to go over to the mission in Mobile. I get to go all the thrift stores. And one of the things too is I've also noticed, I apologize as I'm starting to transition. I've just remembered something, is I noticed too that, like, the folks, like I mentioned earlier, you know, who are just in a rough spot, I would say it's transient homelessness. They're here and they're gone fairly quickly because it is just they're having a bad time. You know, they're in between spots, and they have things in a process of figuring out. And I feel like those folks, we can still help them, but they're not. We can help the folks like you're mentioning a lot more that I see around for, you know, weeks at a time. Sometimes I'll see them on and off for a few months because they're working in the programs and trying to get their lives back together.
You know, one of the other misconceptions that the community has is that there are some individuals that choose to live homeless. You know, it's that nomadic lifestyle. They don't want to follow any rules. They don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to have any responsibilities. It's a small contingent of
Most
individuals.
of it is an excuse.
But there are those individuals, and we're helping them as well. But those are the ones you'll see here today, gone tomorrow. You know, when we had a situation, we had a huge encampment under the I-110 underpass about my first year, actually. And it just continued to grow, continued to grow, and continued to grow. And a lot of people just kept showing up, you know, because the network amongst the homeless is it challenges AT&T, quite frankly. And we had people walking their way down from, not walking their way down, getting here from Birmingham. We had one of our executives having a conversation under the underpass while we were doing an event there, and he's like, "This is the best thing ever." It's like I sleep in my tent. I hear the bell for dinner. I get up and I go and get some dinner, and then I come back here and I smoke my cigarettes or do whatever else, and then it's like, that's craziness. But he heard how good the resources were here, and he traveled down from Birmingham, Alabama. That's 4 hours plus away from here.
And a drive.
And a drive, even worse if you're on foot. I don't think he was on foot, but but you understand where I'm going for. So
it's a long trip.
But he was his best life, according to him, was just hanging out, waiting for the food bell to ring. Quite frankly, I just don't understand that sometimes.
Yeah, and I've never really been able to quite figure that out. I mean, I've been in some spots in the past where, I move halfway across the country for a job. The job doesn't pan out the way it was planned out, and I end up, a hair's breadth from homelessness myself. And I'm like, what the heck did I do? I'm like, I have a hard time imagining, what is it like to be in that position for, weeks or months or even years at a time.
Oh no, it's a hard life. My sitting on this bench for 24 hours doesn't come anywhere close to the experience of actually living a homeless lifestyle, whether due to circumstances or choice. Goodness gracious, this is a hard bench. Even if someone had a hard bench, your body will begin to feel it.
After a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's incumbent upon us to reach out and help as many as we can, because that's just what we're called to do, quite frankly.
Scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that.
I would see the folks around, but I didn't realize just how many. And now I get to see the information. I know it's,
and as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question, and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor and come and follow me. And then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me.
We are in Charlotte.
In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision. But the way that story ends in Scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job, and we sold our house, and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble, and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich. And really, thanks so much for sharing your story, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the
I'm
gospel.
feeling a lot
And
better.
one of the things I
Very safe.
appreciate that
I
is
feel
the book
like
that
I
you
have to
wrote,
build that
The
connection with my
Hole in
kids.
Our Gospel,
Definitely, I
which was
feel like as
really
long as you are
significant and
open to
almost
change,
shares for you of
it'll
certainly coming to a
worth it.
place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out, or engage or act in it. And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years, that
For a
you
long
wrote
time,
out
they saw me not
of The
happy.
Hole in Our Gospel, when you
And
say we're the
I
carriers
refuse for them to
of the
see that
gospel, the
anymore.
good news that was meant to change the world.
Hi, my name is Serena,
Belief is not
and
enough.
I've been in the
Worship
program
is
for
not
about
enough.
4 months now.
Personal morality is not enough.
So a lot of
And
chaos,
Christian
a lot
community is not
of,
enough. God
abuse, that
has
type of
always
thing. I have
demanded
4
more.
kids.
When we
Time
committed
goes on, you
ourselves to
get
following
tired.
Christ, we
So
also
I
committed
just,
to
one
living
day,
our
I
lives in such
finally
a way
packed
that
up
a
and left.
watching
Originally
world
went to
would
Serene
catch a
Harbor,
glimpse of
and
God's
then
character.
they
Be
difference
good
in my kids'
news and
behavior
to
being
change the
here
world.
because there's
Living
no
out our
chaos.
faith
There's none of that.
privately
And then
was
since being
never to
here,
be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? Um, the Lord gave us the 2 greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a third great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question used to be these little bracelets: what would Jesus do? Right? WWJD. Try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do, or, what should the government do? What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in two significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you had front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. You know, when I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes. And I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that, really, I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work. But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part, So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate people who live in our streets.
I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, first of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't
I was
think of
living in
another
San
group.
I was living in San Francisco, California. My girlfriend broke up with me and she told me to get out of the apartment. I didn't want to become homeless in San Francisco. I was scared, and so I basically stole her car and I went to St. Louis where we lived before. I was living at Love's Truck Stops in her car. It was getting too cold, so eventually I came down to Pensacola, so where my dad lived when he was alive. And yeah, basically she called the police, and I went to jail for grand theft auto, and I was there for like 3 weeks. And once I got out of jail, I went to Waterfront. I was really scared at first. Like, I'd never been in that situation, being homeless. And I mean, once I got into the doors, they made me feel comfortable, and just made me feel like I found God there, and I became a lot more comfortable. And I just want to thank them so much for all their help and like listening to me and all the information they've given me, and like being a new creation in Christ it's really changed my life for the better. I just want to thank them for all that they've done for me.
My youth pastor saw that my dad wasn't really like trying to like develop my future, so he came up with a plan to take me down to Pensacola, where his hometown is, and then we found Waterfront Mission. When I first showed up, I was like, oh man, dude, he took me to like a homeless shelter. Man, this is not gonna help my future. And then I was like scared and stuff. But I started warming up to all the chaplains and stuff, and I started making a lot of friends, and you know, it became a really good program. Chaplain 9 was he was the one that said, all right, okay, this guy, I got faith in him, he's gonna graduate. And so he said some stuff in our counseling meeting that was like kind of tough love, and I didn't think he would like me or something, so I was asking if I can change like counselors. But he gave me this one session. It was about embracing the program, and he was talking about embracing it, and you know, being happy and proud that you get to be in like an area like this where they give you bank account savings and like help you with life in general. And so that embrace that just took me to a whole nother level. That's when I know no matter what, I was going to graduate LifeBuilders. Thank you for not giving up on me. Thank you for actually taking me in as a family, because I didn't really have one. I didn't have a really blood family, and coming to Waterfront and having like a whole bunch of people, chaplains and all, like being friends with me, and like didn't treat me like a client. They treat me like one of their own, one of their kids, and I appreciate that. Go to the program, stick it out. Yeah, you're going to be with people older than you, but still you gain wisdom from them to advance further in your life so you can be ahead of other guys.
Well, I had lost my mom, and kept, you know, using drugs, trying to cover up the pain, and I just was broken. Well, I was nervous at first,
I'm not
but
really
then
good at
once I got
remembering
in there,
jokes, and I'll
everybody was
remember part of
welcoming,
it, but usually
and the
it's like
chaplains
part of the
were,
joke
I
and
mean,
part
they
of
were
the
just
punchline.
awesome.
So
I mean,
then I tell it, and I'm like,
you could see Christ in them, and it was just, you know, I felt safe somewhere where I could, you know, stay and kind of open up and maybe get some help, heal. Seeing the love from everybody at Waterfront, and the chaplains, and Miss Heather, and Chaplain Dan, Chaplain Sonny, I mean, all of them were just there with open arms, and just the Spirit of God was on them, and it, you know, it just drawed me to it, and you know, I wanted that light, and I had put Christ on the back burner, and I was trying to live life on my terms and do it my way. And they, you know, taught me to, you know, keep God first, read your Bible, pray, and let God lead you rather than me trying to lead myself.
I had a bad drinking issue, and
I got locked up. And I was tired going in and out of jail. It was time for a change. And after I got out of jail, I went to my sister, told her I needed to find a rehab to go to. And within 2 days, he dropped me off at the Waterfront. It's like answers started rolling out every chapel service, and I was like, wow, this is crazy how it's hitting the nail on the head every time. I really didn't know Jesus at all until now. I'm happy. I'm happy for that. I'm proud of my recovery, the new beginning I'm gonna have. Yeah.
I was drinking like a freight train, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I had beers all over the house and everything, just everything. Yeah, my older sister got terminated, and she just showed me some pictures of Waterfront, inside and out. I went there and they took me in, and then the main ones who was really on me was Chaplain Sparky and Chaplain Rob Johnson. They gave me hope and faith to keep going with it, because I didn't want to keep going. He said, Horace, you can do it. No, they gave me faith and hope, so and they gave me courage. Well, they were just telling me, Horace, don't worry about the past, worry about the future that's coming. Just keep, Chaplain Rob Johnson preached to me. He said, just walk a narrow path with God, and he will never lead you astray. Chaplain Teddy, the Coverettes, he was on me left and right. So, just keep me straight. And then, and then he would take us out, and preach good things to us and give us more and more hope. So I just was, I followed Chaplain Teddy. And then after that, we went to LifeBuilders, and Glenn, Adam, and Chaplain Daniel, everybody's come over there. Jason, Chaplain Jason, everybody, they would come and give us more hope and faith, Speaking those good words to us. Just having faith. Tell us we can do it, and we're here now. And I didn't think I was going to go that far, but I'm here at CDP. I didn't think I would get that far, But I'm here. If you're going to join the program, you have to be ready and willing to really do it. Don't just go part of the way. You got to go all the way. Time's going to get rough. You're going to get stressed out. Then you're going to want to go sneak off and smoke a cigarette or drink a beer. But you got to keep your mind focused and walk that straight and narrow path with Jesus, and he will lead you the way.
So I've been down in Florida, I guess, about 3.5, 4 years or whatever, and my drinking had got to the point where I couldn't control what was going on.